see us and be the hands, and it's like kind of a better thing. Is that okay? Just so he can see kind of that we're a full audience and not an empty audience. Yeah.
Yep. Have we got?
I think they can.
Yeah, I think we're okay. It's a little bit dysfunctional. We're going to see if we can make this a bit bigger.
Yeah.
The feature of this venue, the total bandwidth out of here is limited. Okay, so it's not the Wi-Fi may be working, but the actual wire or wires getting out of here have got limited capacity. So in order not to have annoying breaks in transmission to New Zealand, apologies for standing with my back to the minister, but I've probably not standing with my back to the minister actually. But could you please turn off your phones? It won't make any difference if you put them into airport mode. Just turn them off. And I'm setting an example by turning mine off, and laptops as well, please. Okay, so otherwise we'll have annoying breaks in the transmission. Okay, thank you. We're counting on you to do the public spirited thing at this point. It's all about net zero.
Yeah, great. Okay, can you hear me okay in New Zealand? Brilliant. Okay, thanks. So today we're delighted to be joined by the New Zealand Minister of Climate Change, James Shaw. He's going to be really discussing our sort of journey towards net zero. New Zealand is one of a number of countries who are on this road. Climate policy in New Zealand is probably a little bit more contested than in parts of Northwest Europe, but a lot less contested than in our neighbouring country, Australia, for instance. So it's got, the journey has its own texture and issues, some of which we discussed yesterday. And James has been minister since 2017. Yep. So he's a couple of years into the job. There's been a first reading of the New Zealand Zero Carbon Act. There's a select committee process going on. There's policy development going on all over the place. And so he'll be discussing, I guess, our journey. So thanks very much for joining us. And we look forward to hearing from you. And it's going to be a fairly short speech and then lots of opportunity for you guys to interrogate the minister. Great. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. I'm sorry I'm unable to join you in person, but I opt for the lower carbon way of attending. Look, every day I speak to people from all walks of life who are anxious and stressed. They feel like there's an unstoppable setting for climate change disaster, and there's a sense of the end of humanity, a helplessness and a sense of inevitability to the whole thing. Here at Parliament in New Zealand, we have a man called Ollie, who is a father of 3 children, a suburban dad with a business of his own, who sat out the front of Parliament for 100 days straight because he's so worried about the planet burning and what that'll mean for the future of his kids and his grandkids. But here's the thing, we already have the solutions. We already know what to do. Greta Thunberg said the climate crisis has already been solved. We already have all the facts and all the solutions. All we have to do is wake up and change. And so that's really what I want to talk to you about today. There's a lot of work that we're doing in New Zealand to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, but today, in the next sort of 15 or 20 minutes, there's 3 areas that I want to cover with you. First of all is New Zealand's first ever cross-government climate action plan. The second is our climate change response zero carbon amendment bill, which we just referred to as the zero carbon bill. And the third thing is fixing our emissions trading scheme and reducing emissions from agriculture. So the first thing I wanted to talk about was this cross-government climate action plan. response to a report from our Productivity Commission about how to achieve a low emissions economy. It told us to do much more and to go much faster. They were really clear, the Productivity Commission was really clear that we've got to work across every sector of our economy, from energy to transport to agriculture. Whether it's supporting coastal communities to adapt to sea level rise, whether it's working to make electric cars more affordable and accessible to families, or partnering with businesses and farmers to find the best way to reduce emissions and to create green jobs, it was made clear to the government that we've got to work alongside New Zealanders to tackle the climate crisis so that we all have a safe place for our kids and our grandkids. The government listened, and now we have this massive program of work right across government that will run for many, many years. The Productivity Commission had 77 recommendations, and we agreed immediately with 43 of those recommendations, and we've agreed to do more work on another 33 of those recommendations. And there was actually only one recommendation that we said no to, and that's because we actually felt that we could do better. Those recommendations included things like setting up a green investment fund to drive investment in clean technologies and jobs, introducing a new requirement to scrutinise all policy decisions made by government with a climate impact statement, so that all ministers have to think about climate change and everything that they do, ensuring that large organisations publicly report their climate-related risks, a clean car discount that will reduce the price of electric and fuel-efficient cars, both new and second-hand, shifting billions of dollars of investment away from motorways and into safe walking and cycling and more frequent buses and trains, phasing out the free allocation to big polluters in our emissions trading scheme, so that it's more cost effective for them to upgrade to clean technologies, working on a plan that will hopefully end the use of coal in our public buildings like schools and hospitals. we're implementing.
Thank you very much. Questions? If you could just say who you are as well.
Sue James, architect and New Zealander, although I don't sound it. The thing that's really struck me, because it's one of the things we battle with, is...
Sorry, I'm going to stop you because today I think we proposed to the
Move up.
it's not what people saying. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, so the thing is, it's I don't know if I can hear you close, but I don't think that you need the microphone for my second.
Microphone.
They need the microphone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Face that way. Microphone. Good.
Can you hear me? Everybody hear me? So my question is, I'll just come straight to it. The thing that really struck me was that you'd got cross-departmental working, because this is one of the things we really battle with here. What was the secret? How did you persuade every department in the New Zealand government to come together on this one?
I'm sorry, I'm just going to ask you that.
Did you hear the question?
Yeah.
Question to the Minister. How did you get the New Zealand government, all the departments, to come together to work coherently on this question? Because it is something that we definitely battle with here.
Great. State Services, written to our State Services Commissioner, who is the chief.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
Yep.
So you close to the laptop.
Yeah, sure. I'll show my booty to the audience. So, Minister, can you hear me? I'm using the microphone at the same time. Can you hear me, Minister?
Put the microphone down a bit.
Can you hear me, Minister?
Can you hear us?
Sorry, just give us a minute.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and restore the sound.
Okay.
The mic is actually right.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, can. Okay, so what I need to type in the question.
Okay. Can you do that? Or I could phone Lorette and we could do it that way.
Do it that way.
Right. Just a second. Just a second. Yep. Yeah, we've been trying that.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Okay, please.
Hang on. What's that? I'm trying to get, can you hang on to the mic?
Yeah.
Oh, you got the,
I'm phoning the right now.
oh, it's doing it. Yeah. Oh, good day. Hang on. Here we go. Hello?
Yeah,
Good. Can you hear me okay? Right. Pete, away you go. Take it away.
I hope the question's worth it. So, Minister, so New Zealand has done a great job in the dairy and livestock sector in reducing emissions intensity, as you've mentioned. In the first part of your talk, you mentioned reducing methane emissions. Are you going to be reducing absolute emissions or just improving emissions intensity?
Turn the volume on the cell phone. You don't need that.
Obviously, the climate is about absolute volumes, but it doesn't care about emissions intensity, which is unfortunate. All right, what we need to do is we need to turn that trend of emissions intensity reductions into absolute reductions. And that's the point of debate that we've got
I'll try from over here and use the company. Thank you very much. I think it's very encouraging to see New Zealand taking serious action on climate towards the collective net zero goal that we've been discussing over the last 2 days. But also, we as scientists, we also like to look at the numbers, and we find it particularly encouraging, I think, that New Zealand is using the IPCC report on 1.5 degrees in order to inform its national strategy. However, in the context of
Indeed, for joining us this way. Just following up from that previous question, what do you think about countries with the highest per capita in the world responsibility for historical carbon emissions, such as the one I'm standing in? No, that wasn't my question, but I think it is an important one to bear in mind if you get these questions coming from this part of the world. No, my question was, actually, if you implement your zero carbon bill, your zero carbon act, New Zealand will have gone far beyond Europe in the sense that New Zealand will have stopped causing global warming, probably within a decade. Why aren't you making more of that? Because I mean, it's a fantastic act, it's a fantastic example to the world, and it's a wonderful opportunity for a country to show what it means to stop causing global warming. And I would love to hear New Zealand making much more of that extraordinary achievement.
Thank you, Mark. I guess we want to be very careful about what we can claim because so far our emissions are about roughly 25% above 1990 levels, whereas the UK's are 40-something percent below 1990 levels. And I think that before we can claim, that sort of mantle, but actually we at the very least need to bend the curve on emissions and have them heading in a downward trajectory, particularly the long-lived gases of carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide. And so
I'm Heather Dyson, and thank you very much for being here. I'm really glad that you took the low carbon option, so good job. I have a question about New Zealand's role in the international negotiations on climate change.
we've put a lot of effort into trying to build a bipartisan consensus on the zero carbon legislation, and on everything except the methane target component of the bill, the opposition has said that they support. And in part, that's because the move towards an independent commission trying to depoliticise it, and the UK example that we were following just made it apparent that's the way to go. I have to say, I think that the National Party, which is our version of the Conservative Party, who are now in opposition, I think that they have looked at some of the politics in Australia and in the United States, and thought, actually, we don't want that to happen here. So they've taken those lessons, but sort of seeing what's happened there, and see what that clearly hasn't resulted in anything good. So I think everyone's really interested in a really stable policy environment. And ultimately, there are signs here also that that's starting to break. But that's because we are only now 12 months out from an election.
Unconstructive behaviour. Yes, Gideon. Negative emissions technologies are new here. And it's currently an unregulated space. So people have been reluctant to invest in it because they don't quite know what the boundaries are and what the legal status is. And so one of the areas in our cross-government climate action plan is to develop a regulatory environment for negative emissions technologies. At the moment, the best negative emissions technology we have is forestry. And so we are doing quite a lot more of that, but ultimately you run out of land. So you can't keep that up forever. And so, I am really interested in exploring that further. I'm familiar with IISD, by the way. A good friend of mine ran the Canadian branch of it for a long time, many years ago. So I take the view that you can't tell other people. You have to show what's possible, which is one of the reasons why I'm quite an admirer of those 16 countries around the world that have actually started to reduce their emissions over the course of the last decade or so, even while their economies have continued to expand and grow. Because I think that is what provides hope to other countries, which is, all the economic modelling suggests or is interpreted in ways that suggest that there's a trade-off there. And actually what countries like the UK and others have shown is that actually there doesn't have to be a trade-off, and in fact you can accrue economic benefit from moving strongly on emissions. And so I think that New Zealand, as a comparatively wealthy OECD country, but one that is quite small and therefore comparatively nimble, can have demonstration value. And so one of the reasons why I'm kind of quite aggressive with what we do domestically is we're a pipsqueak, right? We account for 0.017% of total global emissions. So we're not going to fix climate change by ourselves by any stretch. But as an OECD country, we can demonstrate to other similar economies what's possible in a relatively short period of time if we're successful. regards to that? And so that's another really, really good question. So we have a work stream called the Future of Work, which there's a number of ministers involved in. That's been led by our Finance Minister, Grant Robertson. And it deals with things like the growth of artificial intelligence and roboticization, automation issues. And it also is involved with our Just Transitions work stream. And the idea is that we're looking at a very active government sort of approach to working with industry and with unions and with local government on quite specific targeted plans for workforce transition in sectors where there are either significant new opportunities or in a particularly high carbon or high emissions industry that needs to develop. And so that's fairly early days. But we've been using one region in particular as a case study, which is on the western coast of the North Island, a place called Taranaki, which is the centre of our oil and gas industry. And because we made a call in the first 6 months that we were in government to end new offshore oil and gas exploration, that sent obviously a pretty strong signal that that's a sunset or fossil fuels are a sunset industry. And therefore, that region, which relies heavily on the one hand on oil and gas and on the other hand from agriculture, that we need to work quite actively with them. And so we've done things like we've set up a new energy development centre out there. We've got hydrogen investments in the order of hundreds of millions of dollars going in. And we're working quite actively with those industries and unions there on what needs to happen to transition from being the kind of capital of fossil fuel industry to the capital of the renewable energy industry in New Zealand.
May I come back to you on that?
We are using robots for farming on the basis that people don't seem to want to work in the agricultural sector so much anymore. So, no, the reason I was talking about that is because if you're looking at the future of workforces, there are a couple of big mega trends that are going to shape what people can do and so on, and on the rate of churn, if you like, in the workforce. One of those trends is roboticization and automation. Another trend is the shift to the low carbon economy. And so the idea is that the things that you have to do to support workforces through those transitions are roughly the same things. That is, you have to focus on lifelong learning, making retraining easily available. You have to be quite active in terms of job matching into new industries. You have to work quite closely with industries and with unions on those sort of paths and so on. So that's how we're handling that bit. Different sectors have got different responses. So when it comes to farmers that you mentioned, all farmers here are members of a number of industry good organisations. For example, there's an organisation called Dairy NZ, in which every dairy farmer pays a levy. They operate on behalf of the industry. They've got very close links with their farmers and are an amazing source of information. In fact, Dairy NZ, Dave's quite familiar with them because they ran something like 70 workshops up and down New Zealand on climate change for their farmers, giving them the basic science and helping them to understand what was going on. And that was hugely instrumental in terms of us being able to do what we needed to do, because it overcame some of the basic lack of understanding about what the realities of the situation are amongst the farming community, and at least got them on the same page of understanding what it is that we need to do. Oh, I've got to tell you, I get a lot of email from farmers. Well, I mean, first of all, I mentioned that tourism is New Zealand's largest export earner, and the vast majority of that tourism arrives by air, and actually the amount that arrives by sea is not insignificant, and the emissions from ocean-borne tourism is horrendous as well. But also New Zealand is a geographically dispersed and very difficult terrain country, and so we don't have much in the way of trains. We don't even, frankly, have much in the way of motorways, and so we actually rely a lot on small regional airports and kind of main trunk to get us around. And so it's difficult to see how we're going to be operate, without maintaining that kind of air capability, or actually seeing how it's going to grow. So I have to admit, given a great deal of thought to the airports themselves, although I have quite good contact with Christchurch Airport, who are one of the leading Climate Leaders Coalition businesses. But Air New Zealand is quite aggressive on its climate change stance, in that they're aiming for carbon neutral growth from next year, and they've been very aggressive in terms of both making sure that their fleet is as modern as possible, driving down emissions from their planes, but also offsetting the remainder with native forestry plantations. And so I guess the thing to do will be to look at the relationship that airports have with that specifically. The transport sector, I have to say, is probably the top of our list in terms of where we aim to make the greatest gains fastest. As in the UK, it was your electricity generation sector, which was largely coal-fired. For us, about 80 to 90% of our electricity is already renewably generated, and so transport is our really difficult area, where we've had actually quite substantial emissions growth over the last 10 years. We need to turn that around.
Governance initiative. In New York and other.
Well, we take our relationship with the Pacific Islands extremely seriously, not just because they happen to be our closest neighbours, but also because, well, frankly, we are a Pacific Island, or a group of Pacific Islands ourselves, but we have huge relationships. There are a number of islands in the Pacific for whom the majority of their population actually lives in New Zealand. So we've got these very close family and cultural relationships right across the Pacific, and so for us, it's it's who we are, and so in terms of how that relationship has affected our climate policy, for me, one of the most important things about the Zero Carbon Bill is that we've made the commitment to 1.5 degrees and no more not 2 degrees, but 1.5 degrees in the primary legislation, in fact, in the purpose of the legislation. So you can forgive a lot of the imperfections in the rest of the legislation because it has to add up to that 1.5 degree goal. And that was critical for us because, as the IPCC report pointed out last year, north of 1.5 degrees, the existential risk to a number of the low-lying Pacific states dramatically increases. And so we felt it would be simply irresponsible of us to commit to anything other than 1.5 degrees. I also have to say the other reason for that was that, if you look at the language of the Paris Agreement, it does say to make best efforts towards 1.5 degrees, which in my world says if you're not aiming for 1.5 degrees, then you're not making best efforts towards 1.5. So that was one of the reasons why we committed to that. But beyond that, our aid program is heavily skewed towards adaptation in the Pacific, and we've recently increased that by half over the course of the next few years. So we've got hundreds of millions of dollars of our aid budget going to supporting the resilience in the islands. And that's because the priority that they have is that they want to be able to stay in their homes with dignity. And so to us, what that means is that we need to support them in ensuring that they've got the infrastructure and the schools and the hospitals and the transport links and the food production and the fresh water and the electricity and so on that they need to adapt to the effects of climate change over the coming decades. Well, I mean, the relationship that we have with the unions on climate policy has gotten stronger since there was a change of government because the government is led by the Labour Party, who, the same as in the UK, are technically the political wing of the union movement. And the Future of Work work stream that I was talking about before is a tripartite agreement, sort of similar to what you see in Germany between industry, government, and unions. So it's a formal arrangement involving those. And I have to say that it's very constructive because whilst the unions and industry are at each other's throats over things like employment law and working conditions and pay rates and all that kind of stuff, on climate change, actually they completely agree. And we're very lucky there has been a huge shift in our industry over the course of the last 2 to 3 years, where they are moving so aggressively on climate change now that it makes that working relationship very pragmatic. Everyone's just sort of sitting there going, how do we actually do this together, rather than having the argument about whether it's happening and who's to blame and all that kind of stuff, which doesn't really get us anywhere. If you look at the academic research on emissions trading schemes around the world, you will see that in general they have not been terribly effective. But that's not because the emissions trading schemes themselves aren't effective. It's because politicians keep interfering with them, and so they're not. I don't think anywhere in the world are they actually operating like true markets, and that includes in New Zealand. One of the big design flaws in New Zealand, so politicians, for example, one of the things that we do is we artificially hold the price down on either through a cap or in Europe through a cost containment reserve, in order to, in our interpretation as politicians, try and manage the impact of prices on particularly low-income families or particularly exposed industries and things like that. Now, obviously, if you do that, that means that the price signal isn't going through and affecting where it needs to happen. And so one thing I think that politics needs to do is to decouple the market from how you manage the impacts of that. And at the moment, we're trying to manage the impacts through messing with the market settings. One of the big flaws of the New Zealand system so far is that it's a cap and trade system with no cap. We actually don't have a volumetric cap on emissions under the New Zealand ETS. And so it's just a trading system. So there's been a lot of trade, but not a lot of carbon reduction. Yeah, so the work on adaptation is really where it hits the rubber hits the road, to use an entirely inappropriate metaphor, for local government. And local government in New Zealand has been quite vocal with central government over the course of the last few years because they don't feel that they've got the powers or the resources that they need to do what needs to happen in relation to adaptation. And I'll give you an example. We had a case here with a local authority, council, not too far away from Wellington, which is on a very thin sliver of land at the bottom of a very steep mountain, right up against the ocean. And they are facing, pretty severe coastal erosion. And the council there did some quite sophisticated forward projections about what sea level rise and coastal erosion could do for that community. And then they put that information onto the land information reports for all of those coastal properties. And what immediately happened was all those property owners sued the council for devaluing their properties. And so they took that information off those land information reports, which means that the next person who buys that is buying an asset that the council knows contains climate-related risk, but the new buyer doesn't. But as one of the mayors has said to me a number of times, look, if I put this information in people's land information charts now, they're going to sue me. If I don't, then the next person will sue the council, but I won't be here anymore. And so the choice between being sued now or being sued later, I'll take being sued later, thanks very much. And so they're asking central government to actually tell them that they have to put that information on those charts. So in order to prevent themselves from that kind of backlash from property owners. So there are those kinds of issues that we're working through with local councils at the moment. And like I said, in my opening remarks, the new bill will have a requirement for this climate change risk assessment that has to get updated every 6 years. And in response, the government is required to have an adaptation plan. And we're actually just getting rolling on the first of those at the moment. And we're doing that in partnership with the association that represents all of local government in New Zealand. Well, yeah. I mean, one of the ways to think about it is that because of the nature of the way our economies have evolved, New Zealand's profile now looks like what the UK's profile will look like in a few years' time. And one of the reasons why we have struggled a bit to get started is that some of the things that have been fairly kind of quick to move in the UK, like taking the massive coal-fired electricity generators offline, we don't really have much in the way of that. And so we've been struggling, I think, to find the low-hanging fruit. The obvious one is on ground vehicle transport, where we're way behind on things like vehicle emission standards or the uptake of electric vehicles and things like that. And so we're trying to change that as well. There is some resistance because at the moment importing cheap second-hand dirty vehicles is really popular because it means that vehicles are cheap and will get cheaper as other countries like Japan dump theirs in favour of EVs. So I think there's a lot of those kinds of issues there. I think the area of greatest collaboration probably is actually in agriculture. When I think about, so the UK, for example, biogenic methane is a much smaller percentage of your profile, but you emit twice as much as we do in total volumetric terms from a smaller patch of land. And so you've committed to net zero all gases by 2050, we haven't. And so that means that you're planning to reduce your biogenic methane to net zero, so offsetting whatever you don't reduce. And I don't know how you're going to do that, but I'd be quite keen to talk to you about how we might try and do it together. Love it. Thank you. And Dimitri Kennedy has mentioned you on a number of occasions. In terms of the oceans, I have to say that is something that we're only really starting to explore about the relationship between oceans and climate, although obviously scientifically, we know that there is a huge relationship, but we haven't yet started to think very much about active management of the oceans in order to have any kind of impact on climate. But it is something that a number of the Pacific Islands, particularly Fiji, have been pushing quite strongly in international fora. And so that's something that we've said, we're interested in that conversation. And I think, don't commit me to this, but I believe that we do have some government scientific research looking at that at the moment. We've got a huge marine economic zone. It's larger than all of Europe. And so and we've only got about 4 naval boats. So it's a pretty big area for us to keep track of. And so, it is an area where we're very aware that, we are of the ocean, but our relationship with it and our ability to engage with it is limited just because of the resource base that we've got. In terms of geothermal, you're right. I mean, we do get a reasonable chunk of our electricity from geothermal sources, and there will be more of that in the future because there are new fields that are starting to open up, particularly as people start to take their gas and coal-fired units offline. They're looking at, more use of our geothermal resource. It's not a perfectly renewable resource, but it is a lot better than most of the other options that we've got. I have to say, thank you.
Okay. Good night. Perfect timing. Is it coffee now? It's coffee now. So we have a half an hour coffee break now, and then we're back at 10:30. Coffee in the usual place, and I believe posters are still up if you want to go and talk about them.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. So the rest of our day or our half day is going to focus on how we get to net zero. And this session is going to focus on policy developments and financial incentives to achieve this net zero goal. Some of the specific questions that we're going to try and address are: how can policy and business models be developed to incentivize timely investments in reduction and removal of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere? How can these be effectively implemented in different contexts and at different stages of technological development? And what are the techno-economic and institutional challenges we face in doing so? I'm delighted that we have a wonderful lineup of speakers who come with a wealth of experience. We're going to have with us Bjorn Hogstad, who is the Director General of the Department of Climate, Industry and Technology and the Norwegian Ministry of Petroleum and Energy. And he's going to speak to us about viable business models for CCS, particularly the Norwegian example. There's David Hawkins, who is the Director of Climate Policy at the Climate and Clean Energy Program at Natural Resources Defense Council. And David is going to talk to us about carbon dioxide removal policy. We have Jessica Streffler, who is a researcher at Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, who's going to speak to us about linear carbon tax, and Jamie Clark, who's the Executive Director of Climate Outreach, who's going to ask us, are we ready as a public for net zero? So the way the session will work is we have each of our 4 speakers present first for about 12 minutes, and then we'll sit down together and have a panel discussion where we invite questions from the audience. So I'm going to ask Bjorn to start with his presentation. Which is on CCS in Norway and elsewhere. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And we have been through two interesting days on a very encouraging morning. Even so, let me start with a statement from the Department of the Bleeding Obvious. We need to deploy CCS, or carbon capture and storage, at scale if we are to meet the Paris targets, as well as maintaining jobs and competitiveness in a European low-emission society. IPCC, as well as IEA, leaves no room for serious doubt. The questions then become, what policy measures are needed for supporting CCS deployment? And how can we succeed in getting commercial actors to make positive investment decisions? And these were indeed the leading questions at the high-level meeting last week in Oslo, where European politicians, industry leaders, NGOs, Climate and Energy Commissioner Arias Cañete, and the Executive Secretary of UNFCCC, Patricia Espinosa, convened to find practical solutions for deployment of CCS at scale. Important European industries have limited or no alternatives to CCS if they are to become decarbonized. For instance, cement, steel, waste incineration, and chemicals. Thus, CCS may keep and establish new European jobs and industries in a low-emission society. Also, according to IEA, industry emissions may exceed total emissions allowed in their clean technology scenario unless we deploy CCS. Talk about stating the obvious. Let me continue doing just that. In the short term, EU ETS price will not be enough to incentivize commercial CCS deployment. And even if the price of emitting CO2 were set equal to the social cost of emissions, we would still need to cope with the well-known market failures of technology development. CCS development and research is to a large extent a non-excludable good. meaning that companies carrying out R&D and technology development incur the full cost of their efforts, but do not capture the full benefits. Also, the economics of scale in transport and storage of CO2 also means that industry invests too little in CCS, so we have a chicken and egg situation. Norwegian climate policy is to use market mechanisms as much as possible, but we also recognize the need for direct governmental intervention to cope with market failures such as these. The Norwegian government wants to contribute to the development of CCS, and it has an ambitious CCS policy. We've also succeeded in getting important industrial partners aboard. We are, however, struggling with making a good business case for CCS, given that we believe that the financial burden and risk should be shared between taxpayers and industry. Please also observe that this ambition is conditioned on the Norwegian efforts making a significant difference to the deployment of CCS internationally. So far, the Norwegian government has invested more than 1.3 billion euros in CCS technology development, including preparations for a full-scale demonstration project. Let me spend a couple of minutes on the CCS history in Norway. In 1991, government introduced a carbon tax on all combustion of gas, diesel, and oil in petroleum operations on the continental shelf. The tax is added onto ETS. Thus today, the tax and ETS price equals about 75 euros per ton CO2 emitted. In 1996, Statoil, now Equinor, started separating CO2 from the CO2-rich natural gas stream at the Sleipner field and storing it underground. About 1 million tons of CO2 per year has been stored safely since then. Equinor states that the main reason behind the decision to store the CO2 was the CO2 tax. In 2007, then Prime Minister Jens Stoltenberg announced an initiative to capture and store 1 million tons a year from the Mongstad gas plant and refinery. In 2013, the Mongstad project was terminated due to cost overruns and uncertainty about the gas plant future. However, a world-class center for CCS, test center for CCS remains. In 2014, the then new and current government launched a new initiative with an ambition to realize a cost-efficient solution for CCS in Norway. And next year, we expect to make a final investment decision in the project. Confidential negotiations with industry partners are ongoing, but I can reveal that the government is willing to shoulder a significant part of investment and operations costs for 10 years. The Norwegian full-scale project is a true European project with participation from several European companies, Equinor, Shell, Total, Fortum, and Heidelberg Cement. The project commercially de-links capture and storage with a state-absorbing interface risk. If realized, the project will initially include capture from Heidelberg Cement's production in Breivik or Fortum Oslo Varme's waste-to-energy plant in Oslo, or indeed both. As mentioned earlier in this conference, a large part of emissions from cement production is inherent to the industrial process. Indeed, even if a cement plant goes completely renewable on energy use, 2/3 of emissions remains. Waste to energy is actually BECCS without land use issues. About half of the waste is biogenic, thus half of the emissions captured will be negative. The storage facility is planned by Equinor, Shell, and Total, and will have more capacity than what's needed for capture projects in Norway. The additional capacity is an important foundation for faster proliferation of CCS in Europe, and the level of utilization of this capacity is the key indicator of the project's success. This project will also provide a significant contribution in creating practical business models for CCS. Because we, that is the big global we, need to build several more full-scale capture projects in order to reap benefits of the experience curve effect, so that abatement cost on capturing is significantly lowered. We are, however, facing a few recalcitrant problems. First, climate emission abatement is a global public good, as we all know. Commercial actors risk loss of competitiveness due to higher operation cost if they invest in CCS, while their competitors are just waiting. Countries risk carbon leakage if they force domestic firms to deploy CCS. Second, maturing the technology to lower operational costs is expensive. Thus, to some extent, we are stuck in a waiting game where everybody agrees that somebody should take responsibility. The first as well as the second problems are fundamentally coordination problems. But who indeed can provide the necessary coordination? I think that is the question. Third, even if the industry partners involved in the Norwegian project realize that prospects of real profit from this project are slim, we experience that they find it difficult to cope with projects with no positive NPV in sight. On the other hand, the government need to see that the project is strategically important for industry partners. That means we need to see a willingness to put real money at risk. Fourth, and most profound, it seems that decision-making processes in industry, as well as in government, struggle to conceive the consequences of not investing. What will the world look like in 10, 15 years from now if we postpone investment? And how do we ensure now that we make decisions that we do not regret in 10, 15 years? It seems to me that a tacit premise of such decision-making processes is that the future is some sort of incremental development of the status quo. And as this conference has demonstrated, that's probably not the case. So to conclude, to reach our common climate goals, will be extremely demanding. A mix of instruments must be applied. We don't know how much CCS we need, but we know that it has to be in our toolbox, and it has to be in our toolbox in time. And also, we need to realize that CCS is not an excuse for not taking other significant measures, and it's not an excuse for postponing dealing with emissions. Thank you.
Next, we have David Hawkins, Director of Climate Policy for NRDC, talking about a policy and technology portfolio path to net zero.
Thank you, Radhika. I'm delighted to be here. Yesterday, Nick here asked what sounds like a very reasonable question. Why would you want to do something expensive and hard when you could do something cheap and easy? Well, I'd like to suggest a different way of framing that question, which is, are there reasons that we may want to do things that are currently expensive and hard? And if so, what can we do today to make those currently hard and expensive things cheaper and easier? So let's explore that. What are some reasons why we may want to pay more attention than we are to carbon dioxide removal? Well, the first and to me most compelling reason is that climate suffering is here. It's here in these forest fires in California. It's here in this devastation in the Bahamas that we heard about so eloquently yesterday. It's here in these heat waves that are killing people today. Real human beings, tens of thousands of them, probably hundreds of thousands of them, dying today because of climate suffering from the disruption that we have caused. And where does that suffering emanate from? Well, it emanates from the CO2 that's already in the air. We have to deal with this legacy if we are going to reduce suffering. We aren't going to cut emissions to zero overnight. That brown part that you see on the right-hand side of today's line represents some indeterminate amount of emissions that we're going to add. Those added emissions mean added suffering. And let's take a look at the IPCC special report. These heavy curves are the four marker scenarios. And the curve that is here marked as LED scenario, that is the scenario by Grubler that Amory Lovins mentioned, a very low energy demand scenario, a very compelling vision, and rapid emission cuts. It doesn't rely on technological carbon dioxide removal. It does rely on nature-based systems. But the bad news about even this aggressive and ambitious scenario is that there are over 600 gigatons of added emissions under this scenario from fossil fuels in the remainder of the 21st century. There are about 250 gigatons of removals, which leaves a net addition of about 400 gigatons of CO2. So that's 400 gigatons of added CO2 that converts into added suffering on top of the suffering that we are already experiencing. To depict this in terms of temperature increases, this is the temperature increase under that low emission demand scenario. We're at about 1.1 degrees Celsius anomaly today. And by the mid-2040s, under this aggressive scenario, we will go to 1.5 degrees. So that's about a 44% increase in the anomaly. And translating that into human language, that is potentially a 44% increase in the suffering that we're seeing today. And I don't know about you, but I look at what has been happening with extreme weather events, what's been happening with forest fires, what's been happening with the heat waves, and I say to myself, I would not want anyone that I love to have to continue with even that level of suffering, much less be exposed to additional suffering, possibly 1.5 times the level of suffering. So that, to me, says we need to add to the toolbox, and I want to have add in the biggest, boldest, reddest letters. This is not an instead of proposition. This is an addition to proposition, and it's a way to reduce suffering. So why technological CDR? Well, first, we do need to do the nature-based or ecosystem CDR approaches, but they are limited in amounts. They do compete for land, they do compete for water, and that means there is a constraint on the total amount. That total amount in the low emission demand scenario, as I said, was about 250 gigatons over the course of the century, a little less than 3 gigatons a year. And that leaves a lot of suffering on the table, a lot of increased suffering. So we should look at a technological CDR in addition to the ecosystem CDR. So now I want to drill down to one particular type of technological CDR, which is direct air capture or DAC. And I want to focus on that because of the various technological approaches, DAC, in my view, has the fewest side effects in terms of ecosystem, in terms of competition for land, in terms of competition for water. It is expensive. It does have high energy demands now, but that's what makes it harder and more expensive today. It doesn't make it harder and more expensive in perpetuity if we get busy and explore ways to make that technology better. How do we do that? Well, there are several policy options that we can explore, and I've listed them here in order of political difficulty, the easiest first. We could do government-supported research and development and maybe a little deployment, and there'll probably be some legislation in the US that does that. We could give tax credits. Politicians do seem to like tax credits. They're easier than actually making the responsible parties pay for something. And government procurement is another angle. But I maybe perversely want to focus on the hardest of these, which I think is still feasible, which is regulation that is based on the use of direct air capture applied to sources of emissions. So let's consider a possible example, and this is an example. Suppose we said to the distributors of gasoline, and let's just take one product, not all petroleum products, that you are going to be responsible for using direct air capture technology to take back 2% of the emissions associated with the products that you distribute. Now, notice this is, I said, using direct air capture. So this is a technological mandate. Economists don't like technological mandates, but if you want to get direct air capture facilities built and you don't have a market signal that gets them built, then you need a technological mandate. So there's nothing wrong with a technological mandate if you have the objective of actually seeing that technology get built. Well, what are the implications of this? Assume that the cost of direct air capture is $300 a ton. Well, if you use the 2% example, in California, that would create a market of 2.9 million tons a year for direct air capture facilities. If they're 500,000 tons a year, 500,000 tons a year, that's about 6 of those facilities getting built. And they don't have to get built in California, by the way. That's another interesting thing about direct air capture. It has to be enforceable, but they don't have to be built in California. So there's flexibility as to location. What would the cost be? And that's what the politicians are going to ask. That would be about 6 cents a gallon. Well, maybe we don't need a 2% directive. We probably would also want to apply this to diesel, so we don't have a distortion between diesel and gasoline vehicle purchases. If you did that, you could have significantly less than a 2% and still create the amount of demand and for getting some of these plants built. And that's the key concept here. It's to leverage the fact that this is not an emission reduction program. This is a technology deployment program, so you get pioneer plants built. So you don't need to evaluate this based on the total emissions that are reduced in the first stage of this. You evaluate it based on the demand that's created. Let's take a look at the entire United States, the demand that's created for carbon capture facilities. If you did it for the entire United States, it's 28 million tons a year. That's probably excessive, more than enough for the objective of this initial program. So again, it could be substantially less than 2%. And then I use a UK example. If the same 2% mandate to petrol only applied in the UK would be about 850,000 tons a year. Again, you probably want to apply that to diesel as well, in which case you could have less than a 2% mandate and still create a noticeable requirement for the deployment of these pioneer plants. And that would have the advantage of creating learning so that we get the cost of these things down so they are no longer hard and expensive, but cheaper and easier. Now, getting these plants built is not the most important thing that we need to be doing. The most important thing that we need to be doing is cutting emissions. But getting these plants built is an important thing to be doing. And if we do it, we'll be better off than we don't. Thank you.
Thank you, David. We now have Jessica Streffler, who is a researcher at the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impacts, and she's going to talk to us about how a linear carbon tax can reduce risks.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So the problem I will address in my talk has been quite intensively discussed in the last couple of months and years, and it's also already been mentioned in some of the discussions at this conference, namely that integrated assessment models demand a very large amount of carbon dioxide removal. Now, when I say carbon dioxide removal, it's not necessarily the same as BECCS. So in the study that I will show you, we actually have reforestation, BECCS, and direct air capture. But nevertheless, if you have a large demand for carbon removal, then you will also have a large demand for BECCS. And what I want to look at now is how can we reduce the demand for CDR in these models? If you look at currently used climate change mitigation scenarios, they often show a peak and decline behavior in temperature. And that is driven by a large-scale deployment of CDR, which results in large-scale net negative emissions. So these net negative emissions reduce the temperature after the peak. And this large-scale CDR is mainly driven by an exponentially increasing carbon price path that results in very high carbon prices towards the end of the century. And this exponentially increasing carbon price path is perceived to be economically optimal. That goes back to the Hotelling rule, which applies if you extract a finite resource, in our case, a finite carbon budget. And that was pretty much correct until the RCPs, where we had very few net negative emissions. But now in the last couple of years, we have added more and more CDR technologies and more potential for CDR. And now we have large amounts of net negative emissions. Now our carbon budget is no longer really finite. We can increase it again by adding net negative emissions. So in that sense, the Hotelling rule doesn't really apply anymore. And actually, relying on a pathway like this is quite risky from several points of view. If you rely on a pathway like this, you have large amounts of CDR, and that is risky from a technical feasibility point of view. It's unclear if you can actually provide these large amounts of carbon removal. It's risky from a sustainability point of view. I probably don't need to add much more to that. And it's also risky from a governance point of view because you need the incentives to provide these large amounts of carbon removal. You need to finance net negative emissions. And it's also by no means given that governments will commit to such a high carbon price. So what I will be looking at now is how can we reduce the high demand for carbon removal in the integrated assessment models? and what would an alternative and more robust carbon price pathway look like, and how does this affect the temperature outcome. Just one word on the methods. So I'm using an integrated assessment model, Remind, and I'm looking only at 2-degree targets here. I'm not looking at 1.5 degree. However, what matters is your target formulation. For 1.5 degrees, we often talk about 1.5 degrees in 2100. For 2 degrees, usually if we talk about well below 2 degrees, it's meant over the full century. I will just look at both here for 2 degrees target. So I will once formulate it as a target in 2100 that allows for some overshoot beforehand, and on the other hand, as a target that is valid for the full century. And I will use 2 different types of carbon price pathways to reach this temperature target. The exponentially increasing price pathway that goes back to the Hotelling rule, and a very simple alternative, a linear increasing carbon price pathway. An important thing to notice about these models is what they do is an economic optimization. So we're looking at a global energy system here, and we look at an economic optimization. So the demand for CDR is largely driven by economics. The model can only know about sustainability limitations if we put the limit into the model. So that is just important to keep in mind when I show you the CDR results. It's only from an economic point of view optimal. And so that the 2 target formulations and the 2 different price pathways results in 4 scenarios, an overshoot and a below target, both for exponential and linear carbon price increase. So if we look at our model results, when we implement a linear carbon price pathway, it looks like this. We start at 0 or at a certain price in 2020, and then we have a linear increase over the course of the century. And then the resulting cumulative CO2 emissions look like that. The dashed line is the target that I set, and they always stay below the target. Now I'm showing you here cumulative CO2 emissions because that's how we formulate the target. But you probably all know that there's this quasi-linear relationship between cumulative emissions and temperature. So if you look at global mean temperature, it would look, at least the shape would look similar like that. If I stay with the linear carbon price increase, but now I use the other target formulation, only in 2100, you see that there's hardly any difference. So the linear carbon price has very little overshoot in the cumulative budget and also in the temperature. So there's hardly any difference between the 2 target formulations. This looks quite different if we look at the exponentially increasing carbon price. Now here you see the peak and decline behavior that I mentioned. What's interesting to see, though, is that until 2050, both pathways, or all 3 pathways, look pretty similar. So the cumulative CO2 emissions and also the peak temperature is more or less the same in all 3 of them, and that also leads to the same carbon price. That's very different if we look at the exponential price pathway and the target that needs to be met only in 2100. Of course, we're talking about a weaker target here, so we have lower carbon prices. But what we learned from that is that the level of peak temperature actually determines the necessary level of emission reduction and the necessary level of ambition, pretty independently of how you want to achieve that. If you want to stay well below 2 degrees over the course of the century, if your peak temperature is supposed to be well below 2 degrees, then this determines how much you have to do until 2050. If you look at the exponential pathways, we see that there is this decline in cumulative emissions and the decline in temperature that's due to the large net negative emissions, and that is driven by the very high carbon price that we see in the exponential pathways. That is necessary in case of the target formulation in 2100, but if we have the peak target, this decline is not really necessary from a target compliance perspective. So we have sort of excessive carbon removal in these pathways. And now if you actually look at the amount of CDR that we have, you can see that in the long term, the requirement for CDR is actually halved by having this different carbon price pathway. So now what's important here is, again, this is just the economically optimal. So this is not the minimum demand. And also this is quite sensitive to the amount of residual emissions in the system, to the bottlenecks in mitigation, the price of the mitigation, and also the relation of the CDR price. So there's quite high uncertainty here. The only takeaway point is that if you use the exponential carbon price pathway, you're overestimating the amount of CDR you need. And with the linear carbon price, we can greatly reduce the actual demand in the model. And then on top of that, we can also add other policies, sustainability, behavioral change that can further reduce the demand. But only with this very simple tool, we can actually reduce the demand quite a bit. We've also looked at other risk indicators, and what we find here, again, that the near to medium term development, as I mentioned before already, that depends only on the peak temperature. So the carbon price in 2025 and 2050, and also the CDR deployment that we need in 2050 already, depends on your peak temperature. If you have a weaker target, you need less of that. It gets interesting when you look at the long-term risks. And here we have looked at several risk indicators, carbon price, also the finance need for net negative emissions, the temperature overshoot. And if you look at the blue shaded area, that's the linear carbon price, you can see that it's actually possible to reduce many of these long-term risks while still achieving a well below 2-degree target. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say. So we've learned that the peak temperature determines our necessary ambition until 2050, and that these exponential price pathways actually drive the long-term CDR and the peak and decline behavior. And we can stay well below 2 degrees at much lower risks if we decide to look at these basic economic assumptions and we revisit our economic assumptions and choose a different carbon price path. It's not the economically optimal price path. I've just looked at a very simple alternative. But still, what we can learn here, if we revisit these economic assumptions, then it's possible and it's actually wise to choose a different carbon price path for reasons of lower risk and also possibly better commitment from the governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Our last presentation for this session is by Jamie Clark, who is the Executive Director of Climate Outreach. And his talk is titled, Is the Public Ready for Net Zero? Recommendations for Building a Positive Public Discourse.
Hello. We've heard a lot, and we tend to hear a lot about the technical, governance, and political, and even the ethical challenges and opportunities of net zero. But far less attention has tended to be focused on the societal aspects, the role of people in this transition, public attitudes and their influence on policies, and why it is so important to understand how to talk about these issues outside of these rooms. So in this discussion, I will briefly have a look at why public engagement around net zero is so important. What are the risks if it isn't done effectively? And give some tips and hints from the social research on how it can be done more effectively. So the recent UK's Climate Change Committee report on net zero identified 62% of emission reductions would require societal and individual behaviour change. That's 62%. So one would assume that 62% of discussions would be around this area possibly. But no, maybe that's not the case quite yet. But I think it's quite a sobering and an important message that we received there about emissions reductions. But achieving the ambitious aims and the rapid transition that needs to happen in terms of timeline requires a set of significant new policies. And those policies are only going to come into play with strong public support and even demand. once they're in place, their implementation is going to require broad and ongoing public consent. We have, and it's a very little understood aspect of the UNFCCC's agreements, also international obligations to commit countries to educate their populations around the issue of climate change. Yet, from our understanding, there are no efforts or attempts to do so in NDCs or any formal negotiations. So, achieving the discussion topics that we've had over these 3 days needs to put people at the heart of these discussions. What happens if we don't do that? Well, environmental initiatives have tended over the last 20 years to focus on isolated and unthinking actions. Recycle your coffee cup and everything will be okay. Turn your lights off and you'll be able to save the world. Lifestyle changes that are maybe nudged in an unthinking way to achieve significant emissions reductions are unlikely, and so far the social science has definitely proven won't achieve the transformations we need. When it comes to the hard to reach behavior changes that are required, the changes in diet and travel that are so close to cultural and personal identities, it is unlikely to be successful without a great deal of consideration, and indeed can and has added to the polarization around climate change action. And poorly planned policies may encounter resistance, maybe very significant resistance. As we've seen with the Gilets Jaunes, a contributing fact was carbon-related taxes. We've seen the Australian government in the past being overthrown, largely because of carbon-related policies. The forthcoming Canadian elections are likely to be focused around climate change and carbon pricing. These are really significant issues that need to be at the center of our thinking and will be at the center of a positive transformation if we bring them on board. So the evolving scientific understanding of communications does allow us to get a great deal of insights as to what does work, not just what doesn't. We know that the big numbers often resorted to in public campaigns are highly ineffective at shifting public understanding, let alone behaviors. However, we do know that people's identities, political values, and affiliations are much more of a driver on people's understandings and attitudes and behaviors around such changes. We need to create messaging and understanding about what we're proposing that reaches across different and difficult political spectrums. We need real-world, relatable language with a focus on human stories, the human benefit and understanding. An interesting analysis not so long ago looked at how in the UK Parliament, parliamentarians talk about financial situations in the budget and versus how parliamentarians have tended to talk about climate change. It was very revealing. When politicians talk about finances and economy, they tend to focus on the benefits to people, real life stories. When politicians talk about climate change, they talk about the science, the numbers, the economy. What does that say? But it's also important to use trusted messengers. Even the best message, if it's put across in a way by a person that isn't trusted or doesn't seem authentic, won't work. So we need to support and train and develop those spokespeople who can speak across to different communities. We also need to think about the imagery. We're very good at creating graphs, but they don't tend to motivate the public. The reality is, though, we are in a good place. Certainly in Europe and in the UK, there's high support for net zero as a concept. Lots of reasons for that we can go into another time. A recent survey that made me very happy about the level of support for net zero. Anyone want to guess what level of the public support there was? I mean, we're starting at 0 and going up to 100%. 75, 60, it was 78. So pretty good going. I'm not sure if that's a round of applause for the guess or the fact that the public support is so high for what we're talking about here. Well, thank you very much. So you can ask the question, are you supportive of this concept? The complexity of how to deliver the transformative policies and the behavioural requirements that there are within, far more difficult to do. So this is what we need to think very carefully and understand about if we're going to have those successes. In our work in the UK, we've been looking at what language does work with the audience that has traditionally been the least positive towards climate change action. And for net zero, language about reducing waste, talking about clean environments and protecting our countryside was far more effective than the traditional language of justice and requirement. That's not saying that those words and values can't be in there, but the framing could be more positive. These audiences are very wary of over-claiming about silver bullets that can transform our society overnight. They're looking at targets that are balanced and achievable. People are quite analytical in their thoughts when it comes to what net zero means for them if you give them the chance and space to talk it through. But it also needs to be something about that's salient to people, that's here and now, that isn't about 2015. Very few people are thinking that far ahead who aren't in this room. Talking about how it's a domestic challenge, how we're safeguarding our future. Think of this in a positive way and build on the momentum that's out there in the public across Europe and many other parts of the world. But make it clear that this is not a radical set of changes that breaks from the past, that you can continue on your cultural and personal identities. You don't have to rip everything up and take on a completely different set of values and identities. So for a community like this in this room, what does this mean? Well, I think we need to commit around net zero to having dedicated research with different audiences in specific countries. Culture plays a really important role in this. If we're going to build this bipartisan and sustainable commitment, what we know is very limited in reality. There's an awful lot of studies in the US and increasingly in Europe, but the rest of the world is pretty untouched. My organisation is currently working in Tunisia and looking at rolling out understanding around this area in the Arab regions, but that's quite limited. We need to drive more. And we need this global research in order to drive the emissions policies that are necessary for net zero. So in our work, we've been looking at net zero across different populations, but I just thought because of the themes of what we discussed in this session so far, I'd also touch on work that we've done through the World Bank on carbon pricing and how to effectively communicate that if you're a politician or if you're a government trying to enact this concept that has been so troublesome. And in brief, we see that carbon pricing definitely fits into the polarization history that we've seen. Excuse the slight error on the board, but essentially, though Canada is a great case study, those on the left are supportive of carbon pricing, those on the right generally are opposed to it. And you see this working out. So how do you overcome that when most carbon pricing initiatives put the communications at the end of the process of coming up with the policy? And they focus on the mechanisms and the very clever economic balancing acts, but they invariably forget about the importance of relating it to people. So to overcome that, there's a set of 7 recommendations in our report that I can share with you that you can see there. But it requires the society and the individuals who are going to be affected to be front and center in the development of policies, and for that information to be tested and understood. We've seen examples of how it's worked really well, and we've seen examples of how it's worked really badly. But the social science is out there to help inform you. So in summary, engaging the public is critical for socially robust and enduring policy decisions, yet it's often left to the last minute. We need to put the public engagement infrastructure that we know can be created in place now, not when it's too late. And social sciences have a crucial role to play in turning climate change from a scientific reality into a social reality. Thank you.
I'd like to invite our panel to come to the stage and we can have a discussion. So we have before us a portfolio of approaches of business and policy models to reduce and remove carbon dioxide from CCS, and which uses, in Norway, is using a combination of market mechanisms and government intervention, but also the sort of challenges of doing so, from coordination to capital investment. We heard about direct air capture and the different types of incubator policies that we could use to be able to put this in place, to the risks of CDR from Jessica, and the different carbon pathways we could achieve if we used a linear carbon price. And then from Jamie about the role of people and the role of public attitudes in our discussion. So in response to that, I'd like to invite questions from the audience, and then we can go around the room. How about we start with 3 over here? Yeah.
Thanks very much. Jess Ayres from the Children's Investment Fund Foundation. My question is to Jessica and Jamie on carbon pricing. So Jessica, I really liked the modelling you've done and the work you've done on a linear carbon price. I think it makes a lot of sense. But the political reality that we have is that when you try and set a carbon tax, it's very subject to lobbying. So a lot of the stuff that Jamie was talking about. And we've seen in the UK the kind of failure to have an effective trajectory for carbon price support, for fuel tax. So in light of that political reality that we have, do you think that carbon taxes are the way to go? Or do you think that a market mechanism that somehow takes account of negative emissions through a declining cap and trajectory, for example, might be more effective?
Jamie Clark, first, good luck. You're certainly right that if possible, it's good to emphasize the benefits here and now, and people don't naturally care about the long-term future. But the sort of thing that David Hawkins is recommending, and also Bjorn, involves paying now for the sake of payoffs that come considerably down the line. So it seems to me one does also need to try to somehow put faces on the future.
Just at the back, yeah.
My name's Gideon, I'm from Worldwood, and this is kind of a question.
Hold the mic closer, please.
Oh, and this is a question about negative emission technologies and public communication. Basically is, what's the best way to communicate about negative emission technologies to the public, particularly thinking about the direct air capture that was spoken about earlier, which is often touted in the media when it's spoken about as a kind of magic bullet. And what do you think the best way of dispelling that is, so there's actually better public information about it, and the public's more likely to support something which would incur a little bit of a cost, as was spoken about in the earlier presentation?
Thank you. Would you like to? Yeah.
Okay. So the first question was on carbon tax versus a market mechanism. And well, if you look at basic economic theory, they're equivalent, but of course in the real world they aren't, because there are fluctuations, right? So if you set a tax, you will have fluctuations in the amount of emissions. If you set a cap and have a trade system and a market mechanism, you will have fluctuations in the price. So the question is, which one is more effective, which one is easier to implement? And I think there are pros and cons for both. So
if you set a price, I think it's probably also easier on the industry because they can plan ahead with a stable price, but you may not reach your target. If you use the market mechanism, things can happen like we've seen in the ETS, that you actually reach the cap, but the price is so low that the necessary investments are not taken. So I assume that what you need is maybe a combination of both. If you have a market mechanism, you probably need something like a minimum price, and you may actually also need a maximum price or some sort of banking and borrowing mechanism to sort of flatten out the prices. And now this was only a modeling exercise showing that we need to act fast, and then later on we may not need to do as much. And this was just to show where some room for improvements might be in current modeling and in the scenarios. In the real world, I think it depends on what is viable. I think it's important that we do get a carbon price, and in the end, I don't really care if that's via a tax or a market mechanism. It's just important that the price is high enough, and politics needs to make sure that they are able to achieve it one way or the other.
Yeah, to follow that up, actually, so most of our research has suggested that the public are quite neutral if you start from the beginning on which type of mechanism is most successful, unless they've already had an experience with that, unless they understand it. And often, actually, the tax can be seen as a much more clear and understandable and logical way of doing things. That doesn't mean that it's necessarily positive always, but market mechanisms in of themselves can be seen as shady and difficult, and so ultimately it's about understanding the communities you're working with and communicating that policy in a way that works most for them. We're currently working with the Colombian government that's mostly focusing on market mechanisms, and so we're trying to work out what's the best way to communicate that one successfully. But equally, carbon tax in other jurisdictions, and in Canada, we've been working with them, and it's a lot about the benefits that can be seen and making a coherence between the policy and those benefits. The here and now, always the climate change is going to be focused in many respects on the future, but that doesn't mean that that isn't something that can relate to the here and now and can relate to your children, your grandchildren, your community. It's that often whenever the discussions get focused from a policy perspective, they tend to be focused on that far distant future without being able to create a public understanding of their current concerns and issues and values, and they're linking to that future. So yeah, the future needs to be in there, but it needs to start from the here and now. There are no magic bullets in communications, I'm afraid. There's no magic bullets in any of this stuff, is there really? But communications in particular, we're all individuals. We all understand and relate to these issues. We have mixed identities and therefore relate to them in different ways. But we can see better and worse ways of doing this. And most of our focus actually, when it comes to past, up for the last few years, has been how do we make these schemes go down the least badly with the public and not jeopardize the public sentiment, positive sentiments towards climate change. But we want to get to the stage where how can this add?
On the question of answering why should we be spending any money now on things like direct air capture, again, I think the emphasis needs to be it's not about saving money. That's the rationale of the economic optimization models, and I agree with Jessica's critique. It leads to nutty results. Spending money on things like direct air capture now, and again, I'm not talking about deploying massive amounts of it now. I'm talking about creating the conditions to evaluate its viability by actually building a few of these things. Spending money on that is about saving lives. It's not about saving money. It's the same rationale for spending money today on emission cuts, which again, needs to be the first priority, the second priority, the third priority, the fourth priority. But that doesn't mean that you can't leave some room for some expenditures to as I say, make today's hard things cheaper and easier. And we can do it with a small amount of money.
Yeah, I actually think communication is key both to getting support for investment today. I mean, most people do invest in fire insurance. So most people are able to envisage or envision something bad happening or maybe happening, but that we need to invest in order to cover ourselves if the worst come to show. When it comes to carbon tax, I think that's really a good case for Jamie and the climate outreach, because it's no doubt that carbon tax, well, it will not do the whole job, but it is certainly an important part of what's cost effective. And it's about shifting the burden from taxing goods like labor to taxing bad like emissions. And it should be possible to communicate that to the public. So the fact that we haven't been able to do that, I really don't understand. But that, of course, that's part of the problem. We don't understand how to reach to the public and communicate in a transparent and reliable way, so they understand that, well, this is not just about another burden on them as taxpayers. It's also about shifting taxes from good things to bad things.
Okay, some more questions from this side of the room. Miles, here, and okay, the three of you.
Well, shall I start because I've got the mic? Yeah, a question on the carbon pricing, the linear versus the exponential. So your graphs continue to quite a high level of pricing, whereas the CDR costs that are published at the moment are under $100 per ton CO2. So surely after $100 per ton CO2, there'll be no demand left in the market because it's cheaper to just process your own carbon than to buy a permit. So why would people ever buy a permit that's $150 or $250 or $300 a ton, rather than just netting out their own emissions at source or within the company?
Yeah, let's have the four that we have left.
Did you want to ask a question?
Yes. Hi. Rachel Freeman from UCL. I'm very glad to hear the recommendation to engage with the whole of society, because I think that's vitally important, because we're all involved in this in some way. And notice that the policies that have, some policies done well, mostly on the supply side, but the ones that have probably done the least well are those that are most regressive in that, so for example, fuel tax escalators and we know that on a personal level, carbon footprint is closely correlated with income. So any type of sort of direct tax is necessarily going to be perceived as unfair by those with lower incomes. And I think that's probably one of the big policy design problems that we're going to face. So if you have any ideas how to overcome that.
Mine's a quick one. I've yet to meet anybody on any part of this political spectrum who's opposed in principle to safe and permanent disposal of CO2 as an alternative to dumping it in the atmosphere, if you put it that way to them. But we're not disposing of CO2 in any way other than dumping it in the atmosphere. So it's a really question for David and Bjorn. Why confine ourselves to direct air capture? Why not simply say you've got to dispose of CO2 if you're going to dig it up out of the ground? And so California could be paying, so you, David, so to speak, could be paying Bjorn to start getting rid of CO2 wherever it's cheapest to do so. And suddenly we wouldn't need a carbon price.
I want to pose the question that we need all of you, but for different sectors of society. So I don't really mind if there's a carbon price as an ordinary householder. I don't mind what is happening with CCS. I don't mind about CDR. Manufacturing will be affected. Maybe business will be affected. What really matters to me is what Jamie is talking about, because that affects how I travel, how I invest in the energy efficiency of my home. It's the only one that matters to me, really, is Jamie.
Brenda, do you have a question?
Billboard Let's Do It Now Foundation. Yes, I agree with Jamie that there's a big risk of public pushback that we need to deal with. I think we might have another risk, particularly with the 78%, that actually the public runs ahead of us and people get swept down in the rush, and we haven't got the capacity to manage the public expectations. And I think it's really important to prepare for that, because things can go viral and change very quickly.
I'm just going to take one more here.
Following on the last comment about the Canadian case of political polarization, or US or Australian, is there evidence about what happens if you segment your messaging so that if you're speaking to people of a conservative mindset, you emphasize competitiveness, national security, and other issues they might care more about, and then segment likewise on the left?
Okay, thank you. So we have questions around taxation, disposal of CO2, and messaging. We just go around, yeah.
Sure. On the two questions related to CDR and direct air capture, first with the gentleman in the back there, the question, if the price is as low as some are saying it might be, why won't people do that instead of the more expensive abatement? And my comment on that would be that these prices for CDR are going to be, quote, low eventually, only if we don't over-rely on them. The sequestration capacity, geologic, is very large, but it's not infinite. The cost-effective sequestration capacity is smaller still. We don't know what the curves look like. But if we over-rely on these techniques rather than using them as a supplement to the long poles in the tent, we're going to find out that they're very expensive at the margin. And that's just one additional reason to be cautious and reasonable about these tools. To talk about them positively, as I do, runs the risk of people saying, oh boy, this is the magic answer. It isn't. It is a piece of the puzzle. With respect to Miles' question on, why not take it up a level and basically say, we don't care how you do it, you got to take it back. I think ultimately that is exactly the right policy. But with respect to the initial requirements, if we imposed, say, a 1 or 2% take-back requirement on California suppliers, what would they do? They would take it from ethanol producers, and we would get no technological learning whatsoever. So if we want to actually drive learning in the places where we need to drive some learning, we've got to be specific about it and explain it to people as a step along the way.
Yeah, I think there's quite some contradiction between the question that was asked here, or the comment that actually none of us matters, but only the communication matters, and the other question that said that carbon pricing is perceived as unfair, and I think that's actually where it's sort of an indirect effect, right? It doesn't really affect in the first place how you think about flying, but if there is a high carbon price that increases the price of air travel, then it might affect you as well. So in that sense, I think the others matter to you just as the communication does. And regarding the fairness of carbon pricing, there is a quite a lively debate right now in Germany, because there's quite a debate on carbon pricing and also on the fairness. And the idea is to give the money back to the people on a per capita amount. So all the tax or all the money that is collected from carbon pricing is, or the idea is to give all of that money back equally per capita, and that would on average result in a transfer towards the poor people, because they on average emit less CO2. So they would have a gain. That's only on average, and I think there need to be more instruments, because you can easily imagine a person with a below average income
that has higher emissions because they have to commute quite far to work, and they have an old house with bad insulation and they need a lot of heating. So I think there need to be additional instruments, but as a first step, this transfer of the tax as an equal per capita amount as a first step to enhance fairness of carbon pricing.
Yeah, before I get on to fairness, I think generally, yes, regressive policies have been problematic, but even the win-win policies, if badly communicated, haven't been successful. So in the UK, for example, green loans to households really weren't taken up. Free loft insulation wasn't taken up. Smart meters aren't necessarily being taken up. And a lot of that is to do with human understanding and interaction, and that communication is a last-minute thought. I know we've got experts in the room who could say more about this. But in fairness, I think that is central to all communities we've talked about any policy. And the critical thing is that there are mechanisms and ways to do so. So in Canada, we were discussing how every householder will receive a check, and that would be their rebate, and how that would work. But the critical thing from our point of view is that this discussion is baked into the policy creation, so that there is a discussion about fairness when the mechanisms are being created, not at the end about how to put the icing on the cake. And I think that's the crucial bit. But people are much more subtle and understanding about these issues, and respecting that and understanding that across the political values, people identify fairness and responsibility as key markers can be much more positive way of approaching a policy. Managing expectations, yeah, it's great. People are pushing us rather than the other way around. And efficacy is a key element that's coming out in a lot of the analysis, is that if you give people a problem, but you don't give them a solution that seems appropriate to them and the issue itself, people are going to reject it. So how can I do my bit that's proportionate is important. And that means that we need the mechanisms. We don't just need me. We need everyone around the table. We need everyone in the room to be part of this and to get that on board. And yet we have positive examples. British Columbia has been pretty successful in their implementation of the carbon tax. But we've also, as an organisation, worked in Alberta, where there's a high level of oil dependency, and most people either work in the oil sector or have friends and families there. And there are conversations and there are ways of talking about these issues that are effective across different audiences. And segmentation, it's a sort of communications buzzword. But at the end of the day, if you have someone who is a peer in that group or that community, they will use the words and phrases that are most appropriate to that audience. Whereas someone else, so someone from the oil and gas sector, will frame it in a way that works quite well for that audience. Someone on the liberal end of the sphere will use different words and languages. So segmentation sounds like a very clever way of doing this, but actually naturally we all have ways of speaking and understanding that we relate to each other's identity.
I'd like to respond to Miles' question about supply side measures. I think it's a bit like asking the turkey to welcome in Christmas, but on a serious note, I don't really understand how does it fit with the polluter pays principle. That's the first. And the second is, I think there will be a huge coordination problem there. How do you get international implementation? And will we not be stuck in just another quagmire? See me outside.
Let's have a show of hands for the questions from the back of the room. Okay, so we have the mic there, one at the back, and one here. Yeah.
Thanks. Hi, Kathy Mulvey with the Union of Concerned Scientists in the U.S. And I have a question probably mainly for Jamie, but potentially also for David and Bjorn, about responding to and inoculating against potential backlash from industries that have a vested commercial interest in avoiding some of these policies that might increase their costs, and lessons from communicating around tobacco industry in the U.S. really showed that deception and disinformation and exposing that people are being misled and lied to is an important part of communication. So I wonder if you could speak to that.
Question for Jamie, based on your comment. I'm Bernardo Barreto from Bolivia, and I really like the point that you said that the scientific reality needs to be translated into political and social reality. And right now in the Amazon, you know what's happening, and scientific reality is not achieving the decision makers. I mean, you have President Bolsonaro that basically said to Macron, "Go to hell." He refused support from the G7. He rejected funding and technical support in that regard. They have a very clear position on what they're going to do with forests. It's not like you're going to lose money from carbon sequestration and they're clearing out the forests. The same situation is happening in Bolivia. But the only moment they started to pay attention is when it's not even an international attention to this problem, is when they were directly attacked by the media on the impacts on local people in terms of health, in terms of communities that bring not only relocated, but homes destroyed by the fire, not even in terms of thousands of animals that were basically burned to death. It was when they have a specific communications problem. So the question would be, in the real world, how can we do this, or how can communication help us do this? Because communicators are not getting the message to the high level. Bolsonaro accused the NGOs and scientists to do this, and then it's like, is there a way to do this only with or through the media to receive that level of attention, or is there a better, effective way to really achieve and get the message to the people that matters in terms of public support?
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi. I have a quick question regarding carbon pricing and its effectiveness in pushing some of the changes regarding, CCS, CDR, etc. I can't help but we talked about the cement, the metal, the industrial sectors, and how carbon intensive they are. And I think it's great that Norway has such a great commitment on CCS. But if you look at Norway alone in EU ETS, its percentage share on emission is less than 2%. And some of the company you mentioned, Heidelberg Cement, is double of the carbon footprint for Norway. And I can't help but think one of the reasons why they haven't been as proactive as they should be on investing in this carbon capture is the fact that, on the ETS side, they get so much free allocation of carbon credit by the European Union that they barely need to actually spend much in purchasing carbon credit, i.e., the emission trading scheme that is supposed to, make these industrial play, they haven't been paying because EU has been subsidizing. So I can't help but think, we talk about the effectiveness of carbon tax and emission trading scheme. Perhaps the change needs to come from the regulator side to, have a tighter grasp on these industrials and not afraid to pass on the cost of emission to them. And secondly, for Jessica, on your price forecast for carbon price, I assume it's on a global scale?
It's what?
It is for global, not just EU, right? And I'm just wondering whether you considered adding some sort of ceiling for how high the price would get, because our team, so I'm from Shell, sorry, our team trade the EUA, the emission credit in Europe, and we're trying to do the carbon price forecast, from 2030 onwards. And at the moment, the biggest story of the year is that our price has shoot up from 10 euro per ton to close to 30, the highest ever in history. But there are a lot of talks around there might be a price ceiling at around 40, because when we get to those level, companies like Poland, countries like Poland and, Czech will step up and try to put a cap on it. So I'm just wondering.
Was there one more question at the back, but very succinct, please?
Thank you. The question's about CCS, and so it relates to the first two presentations primarily. Increasingly, I think we're obviously building pathways that require CCS essentially, and I'm continually having conversations about the scale that we'll need. But I wonder if there's any findings that might come from either the work in Norway or the things that David is proposing that might find that either CCS is infeasible, or are we just waiting to find out how much we're going to have to pay for it?
Thank you. Bjorn, do you want to start? Yeah.
Well, yeah, I can start. I think ETS may do a wonderful job, but the price has to rise. So I mean, the problem is not ETS as such. The problem is that the price plummeted. So there were no real incentives. But what we observe is that when the price has now risen again, that makes a real difference for the industrial actors. Even if the current price is still too low to make, for instance, our project commercially viable, but they are eager now because they see that the ETS price has become higher, and it will probably increase. So it's also about being prepared for a future with higher carbon prices. So we think ETS could work well. I would say our challenge is how do we get, at least now, is how do we get industry partners and indeed our own government to make a positive investment decision on a project that is basically technology development. The abatement cost of this project is very, very high. But the contribution we hope from this project, apart from demonstrating that it's possible, is also to get capturing costs lowered. But someone needs to take that first step and take that burden. And that's what the government is saying, that, well, they are willing to take part of it, given that the industry is willing to chip in their share.
So the question about inoculation and lessons from the tobacco industry, I think, and those campaigns, I think there are similarities and lessons to be learned from the tobacco's wars as they're discussed in communication circles, but also there are differences. So the similarities are the tobacco industry hired communication specialists to undermine the scientific consensus, but also to create a political polarization over the issue. And if you're on one side of the political spectrum, you supported them, and if you were on the other. And that has been something we've seen done quite successfully around climate change, and it was quite obvious in its attempt. What the difference is, though, is that tobacco is largely a personal issue, that the impacts are going to be personal, whereas climate change doesn't quite fit into that nice, neat personal impact. So there are similarities and differences. What does that mean for us? Well, firstly, we need to get cleverer and better at communicating the science. We need to support our scientists to be out there having these discussions and not being undermined by the tactics employed. But secondly, that we need to understand how to relate these issues to the widest possible audience. And I think that's something that we haven't been so successful at, particularly as it is a wicked problem, climate change, and therefore requires an immediate investment for a societal benefit, largely in the future. So it differs in that. And I think, and it makes me very sad, the situation in Brazil, having lived, worked and studied there, what we've seen. But I think that shows us some other examples of how this has become such a polarized issues that opponents have been able to capitalize on and build identity around. And we know that the biggest influencer of people's understanding around climate change is their political identity and their ideology and those values that are associated with it. And we've let that happen, I would say. And we've let that happen by continually framing climate change as purely an environmental issue that relates only to those of our similar values. It's a health issue. It's about the future for our children's issue. It's about jobs. It's about so many more things by the environment, but we keep letting it be stuck in that rut, and that's a real challenge to us, and we need to step up in that. But what we do know from other areas, as well as tobacco and particularly health, I think has the biggest resonance in terms of learning for how do you deal with these wide societal issues, is that you need to use broadcast media, and there's a lot of focus in communicating through the media, but that needs to be supplemented by peer-to-peer deep engagement. If you hear something on the radio or on your social media, that may well inform you, but you're more likely to be informed by the opinions and actions of people around you that you respect. So it needs to be accompanied by that. And we've seen that from the health community through HIV and inoculations examples. There's plenty more to be learned there. And yeah, I think, so in Brazil, we have an example possibly of how the narratives that came out in the international media just continued to play into the hands of the opponents largely. And when it was reframed as the real impacts on communities, Brazilian communities in those places, you saw a shift in understanding. Whereas if it's purely seen as a global intellectual liberal concern around the environment, and that's the only conversation that people are hearing, it's not surprising that Bolsonaro's supporters are rubbing their hands in that, unfortunately.
Yeah, regarding the CO2 pricing, I think you're absolutely right that eventually industry will have to see the full carbon price. And right now, part of the emission allowances are given out for free and part is auctioned, so they're not getting all of it for free. And I think that part that's auctioned is increasing. I guess these are industries that are in international competition with other companies that don't see a carbon price at all. So I would say that there is good political reason to have sort of a softer phase into the carbon price, especially as a higher price in the ETS was expected originally. But eventually they will have to see the full carbon price. Regarding the ceiling, an important thing in the wording, so what I'm doing is not a forecast, it's scenarios, it's always an if-then analysis, we're not forecasting carbon prices. And we don't assume a ceiling for several reasons. So the numbers that you mentioned, 30, 40 tons, euros per ton of CO2, that's more or less the price where we estimate that coal will become uncompetitive. So that's rather a minimum price than a ceiling. And other measures like CCS or many of the carbon removal technologies like BECCS and direct air capture, they will only become competitive at higher prices. So $40 per ton of CO2, I don't see a way how we can get to 2 degrees at that carbon price. Also, the economy, so we're looking at full century scenarios here, and the economy is expected to continue to grow. So people get richer and they are able to afford a higher carbon price. If the carbon price would stay at this level, effectively, in a growing economy, it would decline. And this is not what we want. We want to tap into the more expensive mitigation potential. So therefore, we need a rising carbon price. And also, CO2 emissions decline, or they should decline. So the amount that you need to pay for your emissions, even though the carbon price rises, as your emissions decline, the amount you pay increases first, but then it peaks and declines. So there are several reasons why we don't consider a ceiling in the carbon price. But what I did, the moving from the exponential to the linear prices already greatly reduces the end of century carbon prices, which I think is a step in the right direction.
Finally, on the question of how much carbon capture, I think those of us who believe that carbon capture, including direct air capture, should be a tool in the toolbox, have to be clear that these are not optimal techniques. The optimal techniques are efficiency and renewables, reducing our carbon footprint. But these are damage management and hopefully damage reduction techniques. They play the role of seat belts and airbags. Those are not the optimal techniques for reducing highway fatalities and injuries. But at the same time, if we didn't have them, we would have a worse toll because we operate in the real world. And we can design perfect systems in models. And we can design them in papers, but they're going to be implemented in the real world. And there's going to be resistance, there's going to be slippage, and there's going to be a role for these damage reduction techniques. And that's the way we ought to look at them. And I think if we did look at them and importantly communicate about them in that way, they would be a lot less scary and perceived as much less of a threat to those of us who think that the optimal tools are efficiency and renewables.
Thank you. So as we come to an end of this session, there are many pieces to this puzzle as we've determined, and it requires working through what we should spend our money on, how to enable that financing or that taxation, and then how to communicate it. So with that, I'd like to thank our panel for being excellent speakers, and we'll have more time for questions over the coffee break. Thanks, David. That's really, really good.
Just before you think you could go for coffee.
Just to save confusion, there's no coffee break now. We're going straight into the next session, but we'll just take a couple of minutes to take a breath and get the next panel up. Okay.
You want to take me outside?
Claire, I've got a presentation from one of the people, Rebecca Heaton. Okay. Jonathan. Can I have your attention, please? Hello, can I have your attention, please? Hello. So just some very mundane housekeeping. Congratulations to everyone who has been staying here and has returned their keys to their various colleges. There are 2 people who have not done so at Wadham College, and to avoid naming and shaming them, I will give where they were based, which was staircase 12, room 4, and staircase 9, room 8B. If you have not returned your keys by the end of this session, I will name and shame you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going straight into the next session. And as we've only got an hour, thank you. So we've had a lot of discussions about what needs to be done to achieve net zero. Now we're getting into the really big question. We've got a week to go before, or just over a week actually, before the UN Secretary General's Climate Summit. The intention of the UN Secretary General's Climate Summit on the 23rd was to reset the ambition for achieving the Paris goals on temperature. We're now being told that, basically we're being told that we're not going to get a reset of ambition on the 23rd of September. And this is the start of a campaign between the 23rd of September and the COP26 in next year, where the UK and Italy will be
holding the will be president. So this session is about how do we build that ambition, and in some ways we've covered some of that in the last session. But we have Becky Heaton from Drax. We have sorry, I got to get my glasses on. Jonathan Skerlock from NFU, from the forestry, from the farming perspective. And then we have two speakers speaking about it from a regional and a country perspective. Steve Jeremy from Zero Carbon Cornwall, and the Honourable Barry Gardiner, who is the Shadow Minister on these issues for the UK. So I'm going to try and contain my speakers to the first half hour so we can have a half-hour discussion of actually what is it going to take to get that rise in ambition, and what do we really mean by net zero, so we can have we can really scrutinise policy commitments as they're being made. But if I could ask Becky to come first.
Great, right, okay. So I'm head of climate change at Drax. I've worked for Drax for about 5 years, and it's been a period of remarkable change for the company. So some of you, particularly the UK-based people here, may be familiar with us for the power station here. We were the largest coal power station in Europe. We're now the largest single-site decarbonisation project in Europe. We're actually much more than just the power station now. So we've got a very enlightened CEO who has decided that our mission, supported by us in the leadership team, should be to enable the UK to transition to net zero. And so we're focused as a company on that 15% of non-intermittent renewables, which we think the grid's going to need for the foreseeable future. So we have a fleet of CCGTs. We have a pumped storage site up in Scotland, which we recently bought, and we have some hydro. We also have a strong retail arm, and we're doing some work there looking at behind the grid storage, so working with farmers to look at how their renewable energy generation on farm can be used to store power, can help balance the grid. So we've got a range of different things that we're doing. I think I'll talk most, though, today about what we've done with biomass, which is what we're known for, and where perhaps the future of the company might go, especially in respect to this conference around greenhouse gas removals. So, at Drax Power Station, we've got 6 individual boilers of 645 megawatts. We've converted 4 of them to run 100% on biomass. So we're the largest biomass generator in the world. We burn 7.5 million tonnes of wood a year, which is considerable. We did this really talking about some of the policy drivers. We saw in the sort of 2008 sort of onwards, the carbon price support was coming in, and this was going to drive coal off the system. And this was a real driver then. So that was the stick. We also had the carrot in terms of subsidies called the renewables obligation for biomass generation. If you look at the UK now, I think we've had 2 weeks without any coal generation in the UK. If you get the train from north to south, you used to go past a whole fleet of the UK's coal power generators. There's no smoke coming from any of them. It's only us which is still going. So there's some issues there in terms of just transition, but in terms of a company survival strategy, it has been successful. So we burn wood. I'm going to talk a bit more about sustainability at the end, but just to show a little bit about it. We predominantly source from the US, and this is because, in terms of scale, the US has some of the largest wood baskets in the world. We source only wood pellets, so that's compressed wood pellets, which are very dense, so they're much better to transport from an energy and carbon budget. We use different types of wood, and it's all very much part of an integrated forest industry. So we're not talking about land the size of Australia dedicated to energy crops for what we're doing. We're very much part of the forest industry. So if you put a log into a sawmill, 50% of it comes out as sawdust or slab wood, the edges of the log that you can't make into timber in construction. Wood in construction, brilliant use of long-term carbon storage, but you then have this residue. There are markets for it. In some areas, there aren't markets for that, and that's what we make our pellets from. We also use something called forest thinnings. So to grow saw logs, You have to go into your forest and you take out thinnings every few years. These were traditionally used in pulp and paper industry. We're all using a lot less paper, so the market for that has fallen through. So we've chosen to site pellet mills where those markets had gone. And we put about $1 billion a year into the forest industry globally. And there's a quote that a forest that pays stays. And I think that's certainly true for these working forests that we're talking about. So I've actually done a slightly reduced version and it's not here. So you'll just have to bear with me whilst I flick through and get to what I'm going to talk about. So the thing I think a lot of people in this room have been asking me about over the last few days is our BECCS project. So this is biomass energy with carbon capture and storage. We're working with a company called Sea Capture, which is a Leeds University spin-out project, a great example of how industry and universities can work together and bring innovation into practice. So we've got this very small project at the moment. We capture 1 ton a day, and we're venting that at the moment. I say it's rather like a fisherman capturing and returning, but we've shown that we can capture this at the site. So upscaling it dramatically, if we did this on 4 of our units, which are converted to biomass, we could capture 16 million tonnes of carbon a year. And that compares to the UK Committee on Climate Change's recommendation of about 35 million tonnes needed. So I do agree with some of these models, or some of the sentiments here around the really large volumes that we're talking about. But I would also say, I think we need some. So let's just work on the scale and work out what we need to do with these technologies and what scale it should be used at. So Drax, we're a power company and we understand forestry supply chains. That's what we're very good at. We don't know quite so much about transporting and storing CO2. And so we have partnered with Equinor and National Grid Ventures. So Equinor, as I'm sure most of you are aware, have been operating CO2 storage facilities in Norway for many years, and they also are experienced in hydrogen production. And National Grid are the transmission operator and distributor. So we have a memorandum of understanding with these 2 companies. So we're saying we're capturing this carbon, what do we do with it? We are looking also at hydrogen production with Equinor, so producing hydrogen on site, potentially for use in energy, potentially also to use with green CO2 to maybe make some liquid transport fuels. We're also part of something called the Humber Cluster. So the UK's government approach to commercialising CCS is to have clusters. The Humber is the largest emitting region in the UK. It's got a lot of heavy industry. It's the centre for our wind turbine, Siemens wind turbine manufacturing. It's got a large food production footprint as well as chemical industry. And Drax is really the anchor project for that, looking at how we might work with industry, because I think when we see the future of CCS in the UK, we're going to really need it for industrial decarbonisation. So this all sounds very good, but at the moment, negative emissions have no commercial value. So there's no commercial driver to do this. We're a relatively small company. We don't have deep pockets. We've thrown some money at the pilot plant. We need some help to try and make this happen. I also understand the issues of being in an eternal subsidy situation. So how do you square that? So we're looking at various policy mechanisms which we think might work to help us get this off the ground. So there's clearly something about R&D money. There's also something about mechanisms for long-term to pay for the power that we're generating, but also to pay for the emissions. And it could be that that's an auction in which we sell our negative emissions to people who need them. And that may be a way of doing this at a cheaper cost. And also producing hydrogen, the byproducts of which are methanol and ammonia, and we can sell those. So that might even wash its face. So that's a little bit about what we're doing. I don't know how long I've got. Have I got another minute or 2? So I just want us to show this slide. So bioenergy is obviously very controversial. You put it with CCS and you've got 2 quite controversial things then. I completely understand NGOs, civil society's concerns around bioenergy. There's definitely bad biomass. I also believe definitely there's good biomass, and I think it has a role. But I think we need to be really clear about what good biomass is. So I'm just putting this up as an indicative slide because I had some conversations in the pub last night about what's the right scale for bioenergy. And we said, well, that's a difficult one, isn't it? So we sourced from the US. This is just an example here. So you can see this is the pulp and paper production in the US and the pellet production, and it's about 2.6% at the moment. So it's relatively small. Within those wood baskets, that scale might not seem inappropriate. But there's also not only the scale, but what sort of feedstocks are you using? So the Committee on Climate Change, which some of you may know I'm a member of, produced a bioenergy review last year, which I was very much not involved in at all. But if you read it, it says, okay, we need bioenergy, but we've got to do it better. And it says we need to tighten the sustainability criteria, and we need to be a lot more transparent. And that's something we're really taking on board. And we should make some announcements in the next couple of weeks about that, in particular about trying to use the latest science on what good biomass feedstocks are and making a commitment to use them. And I'm happy to talk about that later, but I've had my time's up. Thanks.
So from power to farming.
Right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jonathan Scurlock. I'm actually a former graduate of this place some rather a long time ago. Progressed through university and government research career, but for the last 12 years I've been a senior policy advisor for the National Farmers Union, particularly for my expertise in renewable energy and ways of comprehending and tackling climate change. But my background is really in sort of plant physiology, global carbon cycle, and then more latterly renewable energy. Now, I just have to find my prez on here. Yes. Oops, where do we go? No, still no action. I'm going to hit the slide doodah down. Oh, come on. Try it a bit. I don't know, one of these is going to make the screen pop up. Right. Yes. Okay, so what I'm going to tell you about is agriculture's own goal in the United Kingdom. We heard quite a bit about agriculture over the past few days, a little bit more this morning. Agriculture may be viewed as a problem child. It's part of the residual emissions that perhaps we're just going to have to find some way of offsetting. What we would like to put to you from our perspective is that no, we see ourselves very much as part of the solution. It's important to recognize that agriculture is both a source and a sink for greenhouse gas emissions. We are stuck with biological greenhouse gas emissions from complex, in some cases poorly understood processes associated with food production, but at the same time, we are sitting on the land-based resource. 75% of the United Kingdom is agricultural land, and we believe there are a lot of options that we can deploy, a portfolio of measures, which are going to demonstrate that we can indeed reach this aspiration of net zero for the agricultural sector in Britain within a couple of decades. So that first slide just showing you a couple of examples on there. Anaerobic digestion plants, both a way of avoiding methane emissions, fugitive methane emissions, biogenic emissions to the atmosphere from manure and slurry management, but also potentially a source of renewable energy, large AD plants putting gas into the gas network. And on the right, another part of our strategy, these are all contributory measures. Improved management of hedgerows may indeed give us, in the very short term, and perhaps this is a very immediate policy ask of government, a way of capturing and storing carbon on farmland, and in a way which is accessible to the vast majority of our members. So a little bit of historical context first, a timeline here, as we see the threat to agriculture there fade from flood to drought. Barry, you will remember that back in 2010, when Hilary Benn was Secretary of State for Agriculture, we were still then in the position of essentially defending agriculture from the potential regulatory threat that climate change meant for us as we moved towards thinking about a low carbon economy. And we were then largely saying, look, agricultural emissions really are substantially different from those elsewhere, globally or nationally. And we've heard quite a lot about this during the course of this conference, that perhaps the focus should be on all the avoidable carbon dioxide emissions, and that perhaps services such as the production of food, the fulfillment of needs rather than just luxury wants, should perhaps be treated a little bit differently in terms of the policy response. But there we were. We had a voluntary greenhouse gas action plan in place in 2010, and it was about how, yes, better business, maybe I'll be able to reduce our carbon footprint by a little bit, but we were talking about, I don't know, 10 or 11%, 3 million ton goal at that time. But nevertheless, since then we've seen increasing evidence of how agriculture, how our members are indeed in the front line. They do their jobs mostly out of doors, and they are vulnerable to climate disruption. 2015, the Paris Agreement, and since then, the recommendation that temperature rise should not be limited to 2 but 1.5 degrees. And so in anticipation, and we heard a lot of things going on, the Conservative pressure group Bright Blue, the Conservative Environment Network, a number of round table meetings between stakeholders talking about how we were likely to go from an 80% reduction to net zero. And so then in January 2019, ahead of the government's own legislative response to the Committee on Climate Change recommendation, we took the plunge. We massively upped our ambition and said, no, we will attempt to get agriculture to net zero climate impact by 2040. And so yesterday in London, press launch of this blueprint or white paper. I've placed one copy of it there on the table. You can download this from the NFU website, nfuonline.com. The bullet points there give you a short canter through the content here. There is stuff about the challenge, the context, where the agricultural inventory currently sits, and why we believe agriculture is indeed part of the solution. So this next slide, we won't go into great detail here, but happy to take some questions on this. It is about showing that some of these are one-way flows, nitrous oxide, methane from crops, from ruminant livestock. But some of these are indeed circular ways in which we can already do harness photosynthesis, recycle carbon dioxide back into products. And if we can now interact with pathways that are going to actually remove that photosynthetic biogenic carbon from the atmosphere, then the land-based sector can create its own compensating greenhouse gas removals into BECCS perhaps, but into many other forms of long-lived carbon products. There is a quick synopsis of, on the left, a histogram showing agricultural emissions. We're about 10% of the UK total, and of that, only about 1/10 is carbon dioxide, the majority methane, and then nitrous oxide, as I said earlier. And then on the right, this is at least our first attempt to estimate, based upon scientific evidence, based upon the recent Royal Society report last year, the evidence from the Committee on Climate Change, a whole multiplicity of measures under 3 pillars. One, many measures that will simply enable us to be more efficient. Secondly, creating these nature-based farmland carbon stores, a big opportunity to work with environmental NGOs, some of whom have actually been quite welcoming of our press announcement yesterday. But then, as I think you can see, quite a lot of the heavy lifting is still going to be down to the rather more technological greenhouse gas removals or carbon dioxide removals, details of which are now on this final slide. So there we have, under boosting productivity and reducing our emissions, we're talking about, many things which are already in place. We have been talking to government as we move through the Brexit process about a new domestic agricultural policy, much of which has to be focused on boosting productivity and profitability, enabling British farmers to survive without the area-based payments for land, which have historically been part of agricultural support. We clearly need to engage with government policies like the Clean Growth Strategy, the industrial strategy. Many technologies, as little reference to them earlier today, robotics in agriculture, new sources of animal feed, many things which can try and just improve the output-input ratio of agricultural products and enable us to communicate better what comparative advantage we do indeed have as low carbon producers of food in the UK, some of which we may continue to want to export rather than necessarily just use for meeting domestic consumption. Then we need a robust carbon price accessible to farmers in order to be able to deliver against that second pillar. And then lastly, on the third pillar, we really do want to call for a competitive market in business models to deliver greenhouse gas reductions. It's not all about giant power stations and geological storage. There may be many other ways in which smaller plants accessible to agricultural involvement, large anaerobic digester plants, for example, no longer venting carbon dioxide to atmosphere, but actually capturing that CO2, using it as a feedstock, and as I intervened yesterday, perhaps seeing this biogenic carbon dioxide redirected into long-lived carbon-based products. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, so having heard from two of the sectors that have to take fast action, how does it feel from Cornwall? Okay.
Thank you for this opportunity. I come from the offshore renewable sector, so I actually work in offshore wind, wave and tidal energy. It's a fantastic place to work. I also live in Cornwall, which is the West Country. By background, I've got a first degree in maths and oceanography and a master's in international economics from a place over there, a university about which we won't talk. When you take over a warship, as a ship's captain, which I've done 4 times, you talk to your ship's company and you do what is called a clear lower deck, and you explain to them how it's going to be. There is one famous example of this where a ship's captain took over a ship and he said, I want you to think of this ship not as my ship, not as your ship, but as our ship. And somebody from the background piped up and said, oh good, let's sell it. What I've realized though is that what we do need in this sector is a shared strategy. It's a shared strategy, and that's about what I want to talk to you about. I sit on the Local Enterprise Partnership in Cornwall, and what I do there is starting to pull together what we call Zero Carbon Cornwall. What I'm going to do is talk about 3 bits of that. I'm going to talk about the context to which we're working, and I'm going to be controversial because I think there's a conventional wisdom to which we've been talking today, which I'm not sure is true. Then I'm going to talk about some of our initiatives, and then I'm going to talk finally about how we're trying to draw this thing together. The conventional wisdom which I'm going to challenge in this audience is that actually climate change is the imminent threat. I think it is, but I think it's one of 3 imminent threats. And I think they're going to come together in a tri-crisis, which will be of unusual proportions. Somebody said yesterday that we are facing a unique situation. I think that's true, but not necessarily for the same reasons. The second imminent threat is peak oil. Can I just have a show of hands who's ever heard of Marianne Hubbard King in this audience? Isn't that extraordinary? Very, very small proportion of one of the greatest energy thinkers of the 20th century. Anyway, Marianne Hubbard King is the author of Peak Oil and Peak Oil Theory. And if you want my honest opinion, I think we're actually starting to see his predictions, which were for peak crude oil in 2005 to 2010, come to fruition. The last 4 years have been the lowest amount of crude oil discoveries for the last 70 years. Between 2005 and 2015, the crude oil companies doubled their capital expenditure and increased their production by 0. As a result of that, by 2015, they started to reduce. And if you look at emissions over the last 4 years, I think you'll find that they were up last year, but for the 3 years before that, they are actually steady. People may tell you that that's due to policy. I absolutely don't believe it. I think it's actually due to the fact that we're running out. Why does that matter? Second conventional wisdom is that we can somehow do this transition without oil and gas. It simply isn't true. I work in this sector and we critically need diesel. Diesel is in the supply chain of almost all of the renewable energy systems which we use, and without it, for the moment, we can't do it. I also think that diesel is probably the reason why the technologies are so cheap, and that if diesel prices rise, which I predict in the next decade, then so too will renewable energy technology prices. If you look at anything within the supply chain, I work offshore, for example, Our ships are powered by diesel, and diesel is almost everywhere, somewhere or other in the supply chain. I think it's important because actually, as we are indeed facing an energy crisis, and I think we are, then that's going to make transition doubly difficult. What's the third element? The third element is that energy and economics are intimately related. And as far as I can see, that actually as we start to run down the other side of the peak energy curve, then we'll be facing a significant reduction in GDP growth, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing in as much as actually we are going to find that our climate goals are hit in a way which we didn't necessarily expect. They'll be hit for reasons of availability as opposed to policy, which is a good thing. But we'll be trying to make this transition in what will make the Great Depression look like a walk in the park. It won't just be about about gross energy, which is what that will look like. We'll also see a reduction in available energy, because with energy returned on energy investing reducing all the time, I suspect that we'll see a Seneca cliff effect on that curve that we're looking at. And last but not least, we'll be doing this with per capita levels of energy coming in at a time when we've got per capita rising. And so I suspect this is going to be a crisis of interesting proportion. What are we doing about it in Cornwall? We've got a number of technologies that we're interested in. Deep geothermal is one, but the most exciting is floating offshore wind. We have the possibility of exploiting the deep offshore wind, which is deeper than 100 meters. And what we can do out there is something which is extraordinary, I think. It's doing things at scale and speed which are unprecedented. One of these big offshore wind turbines, floating turbines, so they can go out deeper than 100 meters or so and out into the deep oceans. They're about the same size as the Eiffel Tower, and gives you a sense of what's possible out there. It's not the only technology. Tidal energy is coming in behind it. Wave energy is a bit further behind. Ocean thermal has amazing potential, but there's a long way to come. But with these technologies, I think is probably the last place where we can do this in a way which we haven't yet exploited to the full. I'd like some help, by the way, from government to actually supporting this transition. So how are we doing this in Cornwall? We've realized, I think, that actually you can't just do this by looking at the energy transition on its own. And instead what we're doing is we're looking at what I call 6 lines of action. So the strategy, which is still evolving, is based around 6 lines of action. Think about them as work packages, if you like. Firstly, it's about governance and leadership. And we realize that at regional level, we need to govern this. We're not exactly sure how, but we know that it needs leadership. And we find that people in communities and the sectors are crying out for that leadership and a strategic framework in which they can work. This is not just the public sector, but also the private sector, who are looking forward to having this strategic framework, and they've been engaged with us in starting to shape this framework. Secondly, we recognize that the markets aren't quite fit for purpose. We have local initiatives such as Hitachi working in the cities who are doing smart islands. And we've also got Centrica who are working on local energy markets and to see how we can actually improve these energy markets. We're also starting to think about the planning process, which frankly is not fit for an energy transition. It takes far too long, and there are so many things that we've got to think through to make sure that we get this right. Thirdly, if you ask me, do I really understand the energy system in Cornwall? And I'm an energy professional, the answer is no, and I don't think anybody really does. I think we really need to have a clear understanding of the energy flows within the regions and within our county. We're thinking about an energy observatory, which is something where we can actually start to gather the data and to be able to look at it real time. And also an Office of Cornish Energy Statistics, which might eventually become an Office of National Energy Statistics, which would be an apolitical body, but capable of actually taking in statistics and presenting them in an apolitical way. The transition itself will probably be divided into 2 bits: quick wins, which are obvious, and more detailed, longer-term energy transition. I honestly think that nobody knows really how to do this. I'm told on the one hand that it's hydrogen, on the other hand that it's electricity, and I'm not convinced by either, although I'm sure both will be part of the mix. So I think there is a need to really think this through. Fourthly, or fifthly, I should say, there will be a program of education, business skills, but actually public education as well. Public need to be brought into this. They need to have these things explained to them. They need to understand how energy works and the contribution that it makes. Because at the moment, they're very, very uneducated, although, to be honest, intuitively, I think they get it. And last but not least, somebody's going to have to pay for this. So actually, we're working out how to start to source the funding. And interestingly, there's a lot of funding out there, but all in some funny little pockets, which is quite difficult to get at. So I think that's it in terms of the strategic framework. It's not yet properly populated, but it gives us a sense, and I think by the end of this year, we will probably have it. So to conclude, there's a wonderful Canadian geoscientist called David Hughes who, like me, is cautious about the climate change predictions, and he's cautious because he believes that the models are using predictions which do not take into account peak oil. He says, and I agree with him, that the transition to a sustainable energy system will be the great challenge of our time, and I agree with him. I think it's possible, though. I don't know exactly how to do it, and I honestly don't think anybody does. But one thing's for sure, you need a strategic framework to work in, and if you've got the right sort of strategy, then it gives you meaning, it gives you purpose, and people start to work together. And last of all, and I would say this, wouldn't I, as a seaman and a mariner, the power of the sea is extraordinary. It's as yet unexploited. So those of you who want to know more about it, please come and talk to me about it, because I'm passionate about energy, but even more passionate about the power of the sea.
Hands up, everyone here who recycles. Okay. Recycles. No, keep your hands up. Keep them up if, when nobody was looking, you can honestly say that you have never just thrown something away or dumped it in an inappropriate bin because it's the only bin available and you couldn't be bothered to carry your trash around with you for the rest of the day. Okay, we've got one gentleman up there who is completely virtuous or a damned liar. Hands up all those who have heard of a guy called Glaucon. Glaucon. Remember? Greek, yeah, he was a Greek. Right, come on, you can guess that from the name. Okay, he was Socrates' brother. Okay, Socrates' brother, and he told a story about a shepherd. The story was about a shepherd who found a ring. The shepherd, Gyges, and the ring rendered you invisible. That shepherd ended up marrying the queen, killing the king, and ruling over the land. Glaucon thought that justice is a legally enforceable compromise between doing injustice to others, or what you called suffering this morning, and what yesterday, Tyrone absolutely depicted for us about what's going on in Bahamas. A legally enforceable compromise between doing suffering to others and having suffering done to you. Now, Socrates, he wants to say that justice is worth doing for its own sake, just like recycling. So next question. Hands up those who can tell me the way to the Oxford Commons. The Common? Yeah. You know where it is? Just up the road? Well, there is a common in Oxford. Yeah. Well, Oxford has a very famous sort of common, and it's called the Tragedy of the Commons. It's where a shared resource system, where individual users acting independently in pursuit of their own interest behave contrary to the common good of all the users by depleting the resource and ultimately undermining their own benefit. And that was the original example used in philosophy and games theory to show the problem that for the past 3 days we've been dealing with. Now, yesterday, I loved, I'm sorry MJ's not here today, but I loved the presentation that MJ and Claire gave. Thank you, Claire. Great presentation. And it focused on all of the really tricky stuff, okay? How do we get a common accounting framework? How do we get a common time frame? How do we track progress to net zero with reliable indicators? And of course, the reason those things are tricky is because we got one side of the climate issue and the UNFCCC and the COP right. Or at least we learned from what we got wrong in Copenhagen. In Copenhagen, you remember those of us who were there in the cold, in the freezing cold, queuing up every morning at about 7 o'clock to try and get in. At Copenhagen, it was this. This is what you've got to do. It was top down. And eventually we learned from the this is what you've got to do, and we said, actually, this has got to be bottom up. And that's how Paris came about. But the bottom up has got all the problems that Claire identified yesterday. All those problems. Because each one with its NDC, each country putting forward its NDC, is doing it on a different basis. And it's getting that problem of incommensurability resolved that we need to focus on. And Claire, you spoke yesterday. I'm sorry, I really disagreed with you here. You said politics always gets in the way. No. Politics is the only way we have to achieve climate justice. So 2 questions. If you want to deal with incommensurability, what do you need? And if you want to deal with politicians and stop them acting as if they're wearing Gaiji's ring, what do you need? And the answer, I think, is transparency. It's exposure. And look at what, in the past couple of months, has absolutely transformed here in the UK the way in which politicians are approaching the issue of climate change. It's been the Extinction Rebellion and the school strikers. Exposure and transparency. And how have they changed things? Well, they've changed things because we no longer are talking about climate change. We're talking about a climate emergency. And that was a big thing in Parliament, a climate emergency, not just a challenge. And in framing the issues as a crisis, we're coming to an understanding that our response has to be motivated not by what is politically convenient, but by what the cold logic of climate science now demands of us. So this week, and by the way, Boris Johnson, this is one time I'll thank you. Thank you for proroguing Parliament so I was able to be here yesterday. This week, I've been listening to you talking about that world of science. Welcome to my world. It's a different world. It's about implementation. And of course, it's that same logic of climate science and what it demands that the IPCC came up with last October. Limiting global warming to 1.5 would require rapid, far-reaching, and unprecedented changes in all aspects of society. So that's the starting point for where I and my party want to move off. And it's the beginning of our approach in tackling climate change. And it's why we called for a net zero target and the declaration of the emergency, but rectifying the failures that you have amply demonstrated in this past couple of days, that's going to require that we break down the traditional silos of climate policy. And too long, the responsibility for emissions reduction was only on the energy department. So every one of the shadow cabinet now has been given by me the recommendations for their department in the Committee on Climate Change's report on 1.5. And it's then been overlaid with the SDGs that relate to their department. And what the leader of the opposition has told each one of the shadow cabinet is that if and when you have the privilege of serving in government, everything you do has to deliver those. Everything you do. That's your objective. The biggest problem in government, anyone who's worked in government, and I know lots of people here have, is the failure to get the Treasury on board. And the pace of net zero emission means we've got to pull in every policy lever available to the Chancellor in order to realign the economy towards a more sustainable trajectory. Okay, I'm being told I've got... You're like that guy with the P45 who stood up to Theresa May.
You missed the 2 on it, but go 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. How are we going to mobilize the investment that every one of you who's been suggesting ways of getting through this is going to happen? Well, we're bringing together the role of the Chancellor, the Business Secretary, and the Bank of England Governor in a new Sustainable Investment Board to oversee a £250 billion programme of productive investment into the economy, focused on environmental transformation. And with climate-related economic costs already growing, we'll make sure that these are at the heart of government decision-making. So the OBR, and this echoes something that was just alluded to, will be given the task of modelling the economic and fiscal impacts of different climate and environmental change scenarios. So those reforms and more will put the Treasury at absolutely the epicenter of the climate crisis, and I hope we'll get, at least as a first step, get the UK back to a trajectory where it might meet our 4th and 5th carbon budgets. The importance of meeting those budgets is absolutely essential to any credibility that we might have in hosting COP26. COP26 cannot afford to be a failure. It's the most important summit since Paris, and if we've now got the privilege as we have of hosting that, then we have to take our net zero agenda and expand that globally. Countries are due to update their NDCs to the Paris Agreement, and at the COP, the countries will have to show that they have met their existing commitments and replace them with tougher targets. So how can we unlock the ambition? Beyond merely walking the talk, we've got to play a larger role fulfilling the Paris Agreement on the world stage. And an obstacle to that is money. 100 billion climate fund by 2020. Well, what have we got? 86 or whatever it is at the moment, billion. We're still not there. And my view is that the money will need to be unlocked, not just in the climate fund, but actually over the issue of loss or damage. And that's exactly because of what Taryn was saying yesterday. Unless we understand that 100 billion sounds like nothing, when the devastation that is being wreaked on countries already year on year is 160 billion. That's the damage that climate is already doing. And therefore, if you're not even talking loss or damage, you're not in the ballpark. But if you're going to actually get people to engage and move forward together with common objective, don't expect it to happen without that funding coming into play. And at the moment, most of the countries that have the money have declined to do it. I'm well out of time. I apologize. I'll leave it there.
Okay, so we have 6 minutes for a round of Q&A. There's going to be a couple of lucky people. Does anyone want to raise a question? One there.
When it comes to UK, I think Brexit is catching everyone's attention. And as we all know, at the moment, the UK is part of the EU ETS scheme. What's your view on the UK's role after, in case of a no-deal Brexit? You know, because I'm not sure, this might be too much.
That's good. It's clear. Does anyone else want to ask a question? If not, I'm going to take the chair's privilege. Here we go, Jess.
So this is one for Barry. So I have to confess, I'm ex Treasury. I worked I ran the energy and climate branch for a while, and it was really hard because we had to take decisions that were, you know, you're putting in a pitch to the Chancellor and you are trading off against other massive investments. And in a time of austerity and a time of Brexit, it's really hard. So it would be good to get your views, you know, for those Treasury officials still in there, about when we are putting so much money behind Brexit. And, you know, I hear austerity is over, but, you know, let's see. You know, what's your advice to remaining Treasury officials when we want to do things and we are constrained?
Okay. Great. And then I've just got one question that I'm going to ask you all, which is what will it take, given we're going through Brexit, and yet we're meant to be hosting the most important COP since Paris. What's it going to take to get the rise in ambition that we need? So if we could go around, I'm going to finish with you, Barry.
Yeah, I'll in terms of rise in ambition, I just tend to see it from a how do we get this going? And I think that's a very interesting issue about, so it's slightly off the question, but not far, is how we actually operationalize what it is that we're seeking to do. So it's not only ambition, but the ambition must be realized. And I think there's got to be a role for regions in this, and how you get the relationship between the regions who generally deliver and the businesses within those regions and the entities within those regions and national government. It's a very, very sophisticated and complicated thing, and I don't think we really know how to do it. But the ambition must be set. We've talked about CO2, but I did talk about energy, and we can talk as much as we like about money, but I can tell you once the energy runs out to do this, it'll be gone. Doesn't matter how much money we've got. So that ambition, whatever it is, must be related to the remaining energy. There is a very, very simple issue for us to think about. At the moment, economists who I love that expression. The only two people who believe on the idea of infinite economic growth on a finite planet are imbeciles and economists. I think there's a lot in that. But we've got to understand that last remaining energy that we've got in the oil system, particularly diesel, once it's gone, this transition will be almost impossible. So we've got to use that wisely. So the question is making sure that ambition is built around not consumption for growth, which is a silly thing, but rather investment for a sustainable energy system.
I can make a comment about EU ETS, first of all. So from an industry perspective, I would very much hope that the UK stayed part of it or a linked scheme, because you want to be part of a bigger pool, not a smaller pool. So, and I believe that there's precedents to show that might work rather well. So let's hope that happens. How do we realise this ambition? I just think it's just about delivering on some of the things that we're seeing the government talking about. So we're seeing some quite positive things, for instance, on CCS, but we need to get some operationalisation, as you said, and just delivery on it. And for me in particular, on how you value negative emissions. So there's obviously the stuff about how you calculate it and what you do, but we need to get some of this. If we want to hit some of these targets that we set for 2030 and 2040 as a business, you need to have that confidence now for your investment case. So we need to get clear guidelines on how this is going to be rewarded to incentivize my board to sign some of this off.
What do we need? A robust carbon price accessible to farmers so that multiple environmental outcomes can be layered on top of some kind of carbon reward price that enables farmers to make informed business decisions about relatively unproductive farmland, which they're prepared to give up and take the carbon money. And we need this idea of a competitive market in greenhouse gas removals, so that the best technologies can slug it off against one another. But that does require action from government to put some kind of policy framework in place.
On the no-deal Brexit and the ETS, the no-deal Brexit would be a complete disaster for just about everything, but in particular for our climate targets. I agree with what Becky said about the importance of remaining within the ETS and also developing far more the interconnectivity that we actually have already some, but we really need to develop our interconnectivity a great deal more. Your friend at the Treasury, you asked what my advice would be to them. Look, civil servants are in personal meltdown at the moment with what's going on. So my personal advice to them would be, get the hell out of there as quickly as you can, right? My public advice to them, right? This is the tragedy of the Commons, right? Personally, they should get out. They're frying their brains in there. But publicly, my God, we need them. We need them to be sorting out what's going on. So please stay. But I really, if you've still got friends there, take back the message that so many of us respect what they're doing. The fact that you have hundreds and actually thousands of civil servants who are simply being hoiked from one department into another, who are being given jobs that are now not their area of expertise, but told to come up with solutions for no deal. It's absolutely mind-boggling what's going on, and they have my huge respect. Okay. On the issue of the COP, one of the things that really worries me about the prep, I've used the wrong word. One of the things that really worries me about COP26 is the complete lack of diplomatic preparation. We have seen the climate diplomats, the people who were engaged in climate diplomacy, cut. I can't give you the exact figure, but it's cut to about 20% of the strength that it once was. Is Stephen still here?
No, but I think it was 200 and it is about 20.
Yeah, 10% of what it was. We're in an appalling situation as the host of the COP, drawing on we have huge international credibility. Look, I will berate the government across the dispatch box on our domestic agenda as much as I possibly can, because I want them to go further all the time. But the fact is that internationally, as you heard this morning from New Zealand, the credibility that our country has on climate change is enormous, and we need to leverage it at COP26. But we will not be able to do that unless now we are making those diplomatic engagements, making those alliances now that are going with a clear strategy of what we want out of the COP. I spoke, now Claire Perry and I were pretty opposite ends of the pole, okay? And in the House of Commons, I have berated her and, over domestic issues. But I have privately said to her, on the COP and on net zero, I will absolutely never criticize you. It will always be, upfront. Let's work together. Let's do this on a bipartisan basis, because that's how we got the Climate Change Act in the first place. It was bipartisan. She said to me 2 days ago, she said, look, Barry, I'm really sorry I haven't replied to your letter, which was about 3 weeks ago, a month ago, or whatever it was. She said, sorry, and if people don't know, Claire Perry has been put forward as the president of the COP. She said, I do not have an office, I do not have any officials, and I have no administrative backup whatsoever. She didn't actually say it, but I believe she implied that she also had no budget. Now, I don't know when or if that's going to be resolved, but if it's not, the idea of us actually setting realistic targets for the outcomes that we want from COP26 are straight down the pan, and this government has to get to grips with it.
It's a very depressing place to close this conference, I think.
On one slightly hopeful note, I would sincerely hope that business might actually step up to the mark and make a success of COP26, even if the government is proving incompetent at delivering it.
Let's
Thank you all very much, and we'll hand over to closing.
Very much. Some final thanks. I'll start from the top. The idea for this came from three people: Tim Kruger, Miles Allen, and Dave Frame. And we certainly owe them a round of applause. And
Well, Claire, Sarah was generously sharing the credit there, but I mean, this was really Tim's brainchild. So we're starting off the thanks with a small token to Tim from one of the saner parts of the UK, such to the left, as thank you for getting this going, because it was a great idea, and well done, Tim. And I'm going to hand over to Dave. We want to keep this short because I know people want to get away. I'm going to hand over to Dave on behalf of the University of Victoria.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miles. I just want to read something from the Minister's office this morning. Let's chat more about how we build on this when you get back. I hope this is an early step in a long conversation, because we're all on the same journey. We have a phrase in New Zealand, he waka eke noa, which means we're all in it together. It's true of many things. It's unusually true of the climate problem. It's awesome to be able to work with all of you and hear from all of you and learn from all of you, because we're a little country and we need a lot of help. Thank you very much.
Right, we've all got the picture about achieving net zero being a complex business. You also might want to reflect on what's involved in getting people together for 3 days to talk about achieving net zero. We have our hosts to thank: the Environmental Change Institute, the Oxford Martin School, Wadham College, and particularly this lovely music room. George Frederick Handel performed here 250 years ago. Thousands of wonderful musicians since then. It's holy ground as far as I'm concerned. We have our sponsors, Climate Works and the Children's Investment Fund Foundation. We have the steering committee who put this together, and the local organising committee, the people who chaired the sessions, the speakers, the poster presenters, the caterers. We have City Audiovisual, who have been busy recording all this for us. And we have a wonderful band of volunteers who have been unobtrusively making sure everything runs smoothly. They've done a great job. We've had rapporteurs for each session, and you should know that there are going to be briefing notes on each of the sessions. They'll come out electronically in sometime in the next 4 weeks, and we're aiming to have physical copies to give to delegates at the COP in Chile later this year, so thanks to them. But the biggest thanks go to our two conference organisers, Amber Prime and Heather Waller, who have been working absolutely tirelessly to make sure this all runs well. They've done a terrific work. If you've had a bed to sleep in, good food and drink, good company, good advice, it's down to them. So please put your hands together for Heather and Amber.
and thank you all for coming. Good luck.
Great. We're done. Good. Grazie.